So who's ready for some weirdness?
The long-range sensor arrays in the Trailer system went offline recently. Last thing they picked up before that happened was a Borg scout ship. I'm heading to Trailus now to investigate. If this is the beginning of a new Borg incursion, I could use some backup. Meet me there as soon as you can. Thanks for coming. Been a while. You look well. Considering what I hear about your exploits, that's an impressive feat. Back to business. Spotting a Borg scout here made a lot of people nervous, and with good reason. So, some old friends called in a favor, and here I am. I came here looking for Borg, but the real problem turned out to be sabotage. Orion smugglers fouled up the long-range array, but they left the short-range sensors intact. I have plenty of evidence from the sensor logs to turn over to Alliance officials.
And what about the Borg?
Still a concern. If they're sizing up this quadrant as an incursion zone, we need to know about it. I have a few ideas on upgrading the sensor arrays, making them harder to disable and better at spotting Borg. Beam me over and we can sort out the details.
All right.
With your assistance, I can complete the modifications quickly.
Well, let's do it to it.
Good. Now that we have a working array, our next step will be initiating the new security protocols. Hold on. Are you seeing this? The long-range sensors just lit up like a Dabo table.
Analysis?
Reading a massive energy surge. We're being scanned. Something's overriding all our control systems, attempting to bypass.
Well, that sucked.
Oh, that was unpleasant. Still, there are no damage reports, no casualties.
Where are we?
Scanning. This is unexpected.
I'm listening.
According to astrometrics, we were catapulted several hundred light years from Trailus to the Excalibur system.
Excalibur.
Here's some facts to go along with those legends. In the 23rd century, Excalbians abducted the USS Enterprise and subjected some of her crew to a series of combats. Some sort of morality test.
Great.
Feels that way to me. I doubt they dragged us all the way out here to have a Ractogino and talk about baseball. There's one way to find out for sure. Hail them and see what they want.
There's a lot of interference down there. We can't seem to establish comms.
I can boost the signal once the ship is in a standard orbit. Assuming the Excalbians are in a talking mood, we should have answers soon.
All right. Standard orbit. Let's see what's going on.
We are receiving your signal. On behalf of the Excalbian people, I bid you welcome.
Hello, Abraham Lincoln.
Yes, I suppose that would be a bit of a surprise. You'll pardon me for that, I hope. Some time ago, I met and fought beside one of your own, Captain James Kirk. Under the circumstances, we felt seeing a familiar face would make this meeting go a little smoother.
Right. Yeah, if you ever wondered why one of my bridge officers wields an axe, which actually does really good damage, that's why. It's Abraham Lincoln's axe. Why are we here, Mr. President?
That is a complicated matter, I'm afraid. I think it would be easier to discuss it face to face. We prepared a meeting ground on the surface of Excalibur. It meets your needs for atmosphere and climate, as I understand them. Will you join us there?
What about our Tholian crew members? Good morning, my Comano. Ect, Zach Taft, Hazardous, my Poindexter, and apparently that's it. Not a lot of people here today, but that's okay. All good. I anticipate low viewing figures, but as long as we get through this, we're okay. Because we have the slog to go through. Not this. This is...
Welcome, friends. I do hope the local climate is to your liking.
The climate's fine. It's our abduction that we have a problem with, friend.
My apologies. It was not an action of my choosing, I can assure you.
No, but that would be funny, wouldn't it, Mike? Come on up.
Your presence is required for a matter of great importance.
Greater than conversations with dead presidents?
Long ago, the two of us were involved in a study, if you will.
An evaluation of two concepts, good and evil. The initial results were ultimately inconclusive.
The debate has continued since that time.
We now seek a final resolution.
What does that have to do with us, exactly?
You have been chosen as advocates for the concept of good.
See,
But
they
you
think I'm
will
good.
not face it alone.
Hello. Looks like we have a lot of work to do here.
That's putting it mildly.
Just... okay, if it's not obvious why this pisses me off so much... First of all, I don't like Burnham as a character in general. I don't. Second of all, I don't like how they use her in the show. And third, and substantially more importantly, of all characters to signify the concept of good, why would they pick Michael Burnham? Even if I was in favor of the character, pretty much the entire point of Burnham as a character is that she is not good, that she's gray, that she's new Trek, for lack of a better way to put it. Like, of everyone, you... Okay. I know why she's here. She's here specifically because of the fact that that was an actress they could get a hold of for the anniversary quest, which is what we're doing. So, that's why they chose Burnham. Seven is also debatable, although I would strongly argue that Seven is more of an advocate of good than of Burnham. Burnham is, but that is irrelevant because let's just be honest about this. What really matters here is that they brought back. Oh God, it's not Jerry Ryan. Is it Jerry Ryan? Oh my God, I always get Jerry Ryan and Jodie Taylor mixed up. Anyways, they brought back Seven's actress and Burnham's actress because they were the ones they got for this particular story arc. Point in fact, if you're paying attention, most of the upcoming quests, with I think only one exception, don't really have guest stars as actors, which says something. Possible, Mike Romano, possible. Well, they're not here as act out because we're in Star Trek, not the MCU. Well, you see, Michael. Sorry, I shouldn't make fun. I shouldn't make fun. All right. So whatever. Anniversary event. Let's do it.
You have questions. I will attempt to clarify our intentions.
Yeah, why Burnham?
In this trial, you will be accompanied by associates that we have created for you. You will confront a variety of situations in opposition to evil forces. Your actions will be judged, as will those of your opponents. The prevailing concept will guide us as a people. We shall pursue the virtues of good, or the vices of evil.
I should probably mention that the Excalibans are godlike aliens who have the ability to create life, as they have done right there with both Burnham and Abraham Lincoln. This was the whole... it's a unique take on the threat of the week, because the whole point is that they're super powerful, just like any other threat of the week. But the distinction is they're not actually antagonistic. They're trying to decide if they should be antagonistic, which is a tiny little slight variance on the typical format. But it was enough to make me go, oh, okay. So that's what we're doing here. These are super powerful, godlike aliens who are either going to ravage the galaxy or be cool.
We find violent conflicts produce pure examples of good and evil. They provide the best results to evaluate and judge.
Well, yeah. Apparently being good means never being seen again. I can't think of the quote as it is. I was going to return the quote. But yes, they might even be able to use their power to keep the ones they care about from dying. Now, if we refuse to participate in this trial...
Failure to participate will be seen as your endorsement of the supremacy of evil. The trial will then conclude with a judgment in favor of evil, and our subsequent pursuit of the concept as a guiding principle.
Oh yeah, by the way, these people have been debating good versus evil for the last 150 years or so. So...
The trial awaits you.
I think we need to be cautious when dealing with the Excalbians. They're a lot like Q, minus a sense of humor. Fashion sense could use a little work, too.
Agreed. Recommendations?
For now, I say we play their game and stay in one piece. Look for opportunities to swing things in our favor. Our new teammate here might have some insight into the situation as well.
Burnham?
Michael Burnham, of the USS Discovery.
Yes, I know who you are.
Judging by your uniforms, I'd say I'm in the future. The last thing I remember was preparing for battle with my crew, and the crew of the Enterprise. Since we're having this discussion, I'm guessing we won that fight. My apologies, my memory's a bit fuzzy. Possibly a side effect of whatever brought me here.
Welcome to 2411, Commander.
Over 150 years.
153.
Fascinating. Right. I'll catch up later, assuming we get through this trial in one piece. To address your original question, I wish I had all the answers, but I know as much as you do. Going through this trial will give us the chance to conduct some tests of our own, learn more about them and the situation here.
Actually, that's an interesting point. I don't know when they plucked her, or, well, I don't know when she was copied from is probably a better way to phrase that. So, I shouldn't say exactly when she's at. So she's somewhere around 150 years in the future.
Take heart, my friends. Yarnik has a forceful personality, but his voice is not the only one heard here. There are many Excalbians who would embrace virtues before vices.
It's good to have allies.
Well said. And as one of your allies here, I have a warning for you. The trials are drawn from your past experiences and records, but they will not be identical recreations. There will be alterations to test your responses and those of your opponents. Expect the unexpected.
Okay.
Please, accompany me.
So it's a trial. Bye.
Beyond that portal, the first trial awaits.
My
luck,
tricorder's
my
showing
friends.
a Class M tropical biome.
Yep, Brea 3.
By the look of things, this world is under attack.
By me.
I'm reading a lot of weapons fire from several locations in the area.
Yeah, we've been here before. We were the ones attacking.
This is a safe position for now, but that could change soon. We need to get to cover fast. I see a plaza ahead. And casualties. Enemy forces may be in the area.
Go.
This didn't happen long ago. Some of the bodies are still warm. When did this take place, originally? I don't recognize the uniforms on these Vulcans.
They're not Vulcans, they're Romulans.
Romulans? You're serious? Those are Romulans. This is a lot to take in.
By the way, we're ejecting that plot thread of the Trek rewrite entirely because it's stupid, but I will point out that I like the fact that they make her react to something that should, at her time, be a big reveal, that Romulans and Vulcans share an ancestor.
The Romulans are... I clearly have a lot of catching up to do. But the middle of a war zone isn't an ideal place for a history lesson.
Yeah.
These Romulans of Tal Shiar, members of a covert military intelligence force. Their list of enemies is long. Any number of them could be responsible for this attack.
Riemann partisans, actually. Again, we were the attacking force.
This one was killed by heavy plasma weaponry. Strange. I'm also reading trace amounts of several exotic particles in the area. Antiproton, tachyon. Whoever else was in this fight used some extremely advanced weapons.
Okay, so this is funny to me because they're trying to lead up to something, but if you think about the fact that these people were killed by me, who uses temporal attacks and anti-proton beams.
Makes sense. The Iconians were allies of the Tal Shiar at this time. They were probably fighting at their side. This may be one of the unexpected changes Lincoln warned us about. Iconians arriving here early.
Should be fun. There's nothing I love more than dying to Icon. Oh, for God's
Some
sake.
kind of constructs. They're using anti-proton weapons.
Quick, use anti-proton weapons back!
Not a good sign.
Those were Iconians?
No, those are heralds.
Heralds are augmented servants of the Iconians. They were used primarily as shock troops. We've encountered them before, but if they're here now, things are worse than expected.
Yeah.
There's a tactical force field blocking our way. That looks like the emitter over there. Should be simple enough to destroy it. Tal Shiar and Heralds fighting Riemann combat squads. Wonderful.
So, these Riemans, they're on our side. Good to know.
You there! I would speak with you!
Hi, Obasek.
Your timing is fortuitous, my old friend. My resistance forces are closing in on Hakiv's laboratory, but he has opened an Iconian gate. The Iconians have sent their minions to aid Hakiv, but all is not lost. We can still stop them. The lab is not far from here. If we can fight our way past the guards, we can put an end to all this, and Hakiv.
Which I'm down for, but Obasek, do you know what's happening with the Excalibians?
Excalbians? No, Iconians. Hakiv has brought them here. They're putting up quite a fight. I'll need all the help I can get to stop him. Will you help us?
Right. Yes, we will stop Hakiv.
Looks like there's another tactical force field blocking the way. This Hakiv really doesn't want to be interrupted, does he?
Delaying tactics.
It may not be in an obvious place. Check the nearby buildings and rooftops.
I mean, honestly, for those of you not aware, the engineers in this game have a ground ability called
Excellent.
orbital
Hakiv has holed up in the
bombardment.
south like the cornered vermin he is. Once we're near his position, I can set up a jamming field to prevent him from beaming out. Then we can bring him to justice, at last.
You might be able to block transporters, Obasek, but I doubt you can block a functional Iconian gate. As long as that remains open, Hakiv will be able to escape. Deal with the gate first, then you can talk about justice all you want.
Agreed. Because, yeah, anti-proton weapons are certainly mean and all, but I'm sorry, even at an absolutely ridiculously minimal value, a starship weapon should be the kind of thing that wouldn't even notice a person standing in its way. Like, just the power output is on such a different scale. It's like the difference between being punched by a dude and being hit by a freight train at full speed.
Ambush! Look out!
Oh no, it's an ambush. You know, that's true, Blade Taval. Maybe this is trying to specifically only kill one person. Whereas the bombardment is, collateral damage, It's an interesting idea, actually. One of the things we've been wrestling with the Trek rewrite is whether or not we should have ground combat be a thing at all. Because there's several reasons why it probably shouldn't, if you think about it. As things we've discussed in this very run.
Obasek, so good of you to join us today. I've dreamed of ridding the galaxy of your stench for some time. And now, with the Iconians at my side, that dream shall become a reality.
This ends now, Hakiv. No amount of Iconian or Tal Shiar scum will stop me. Blood calls for blood.
We have bigger problems. The Iconian gate is still online, remember? Hakiv can bring in Iconian reinforcements as long as it is.
Then let's shut it down. Keep Hakiv and his forces busy while we work, or this trial will end real soon. And not in our favor.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it. Really. So, before I answer your question, Blair, in fact, could you put that in the queue really quick? As a favor. Ground combat. So, the problem we keep running into is there's an enormous quantity of episodes of Star Trek where if you look at it,
spread out.
it's like there's no really good reason for there to be ground combat in that episode. Because they have a starship in orbit. Now, it's not like a starship in orbit solves every problem. There are a couple of individual episodes, precise cases, where ground combat can and should be a thing.
You think you've stopped me? The Iconians already know. They know everything.
I don't care. Blood calls for blood, Hakiv.
No, not like this.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
You're better than this. If you do this, it won't be justice. It'll be murder. You don't have to do this.
He must pay for what he's...
Yeah, and that's why you don't do that. And we apparently suck as a shot.
Help Obasek or catch Hakiv?
That's...
Obasek's in bad shape. He needs field surgery right now, or he's not going to make it. I can't do this alone. I'll need your help to save him.
Shut up. Alright. I'm just gonna finish talking, because whatever. Yeah, we completely objected traditional beaming tech, because we had to. It was a ludicrously overpowered device. So, there's a few specific, precise cases where ground combat can and arguably should be a thing. Boarding actions actually fall under the same problem, including in this very game. How many times have we boarded an enemy ship effectively for no good reason? Like when it's like, oh, we need to go over and make sure to blow up the ship. But we're in space. We just took out its engines and its shields and it's sitting there dead. Blow it up then. Point being, there can be some individual and specific cases in which ground combat, that is to say, you know, person-to-person combat should happen. We're still debating exactly how we want that to look because of all the obvious reasons, right? And so one of the things I've been debating is maybe making it so that ground combat is simply capable of being substantially more precise if you want to go in and don't harm someone, if you want to not cause collateral damage, if you want to not destroy the surrounding things. Like, maybe a ship in orbit literally can't get its weapons precise enough, right? Even that I'm arguing against, even as I say it, though. I don't know, I'll figure out something. But it's something we've been debating, because, you know, it makes sense if you want to go down to scan some stuff, or to examine some stuff, or because you want to have people on the ground, but to actually go and fight, like, a bunch of Jem'Hadar or whatever, And yeah, boarding actions would be extraction almost universally, or rescue, which I guess is kind of a form of extraction, or trying to restore control of a ship. Basically either to take a ship for yourself, or to prevent someone else from taking a ship. And that would pretty much probably be what boarding actions are limited to, outside of specific circumstance. So you wouldn't see a lot of that. That being said, we are probably going to have the make, and by probably I mean we are 100% definitely going to have the Makos be a thing in every Star Trek show, because duh. Because the fact that the Makos were baked into Starfleet security is one of the biggest, dumbest hand waves. I swear to God. Anyways, so Valerian asks, transporters are dangerous. Yes. Is there any talk about using them offensively? Like just keep locking on and beaming people out until they die? So that is absolutely something that they should be able to do in Star Trek in many, many cases, which they, of course, don't, because stupid. Again, there are hundreds of ways you could use the transporter as a weapon. Never mind just general strategic or tactical use outside of actual military combat. Never mind its possible uses as a terrorist device or as a way to completely bypass certain elements of, like, economics. Now, you might say, well, the Federation wouldn't do that. They're the good guys, and that's valid, but they're not the only ones who have a transporter. Like, most races have transporters. And that's the problem. That's the thing I keep telling everybody. I've told so many people recently. When you're doing setting building, you have to decide what's possible. Because the moment something's possible, you have introduced the fact that someone somewhere is going to do that. They're either going to be pushed up against the wall, or they're going to be desperate enough, or insane enough, or crazy enough, or evil enough, or just don't give a damn, right? And in whatever direction you're thinking it is, once you've decided that something is possible, you have now opened the door for a lot of people to use it in that manner, which is why we've been very, very, very careful about how we structure the transporters. Originally, we nerfed them substantially. And then I realized there was ways for even that to be overpowered, and so they were nerfed even more. So transporters have been nerfed absolutely into the freaking ground. To be completely honest, I really wish that people would just let me get rid of transporters. But every time I speak about getting rid of transporters, everybody in the universe jumps up and says, well, then it wouldn't be Star Trek. Usually in a whiny Ferengi voice. So, yeah, no, I get the point. It irritates me, but I get the point, because transporters are very iconic to Star Trek, right? There's not much that's truly unique about Star Trek compared to other science fiction settings. Transporters are one of those things, and it really would be kind of egregious to get rid of them. But it's so irritating, because transporters are so stupid on every level. Right? By the way, there are no transporters in the extant. Can you guess why? Now, there's portals. Big difference. Gateways is a better way to put it, but just, no, I didn't, Trihexia, and I don't believe you. So, anyways, who's ready for a really dumb moral ethical dilemma that Burnham hoisted upon us because of her stupidity?
Hakib's getting away. If he leaves through a gateway, he could return with enough Iconians to finish us off. Do you want to pursue him?
So, we have to save Obasek or kill Hakiv. Which one do you want to do? I'll let you guys decide, because I don't care. This is a really dumb dilemma. Nobody else is voting. So we'll go ahead and kill Hakiv.
This door here.
Like, even the construction of this dilemma is stupid. It wouldn't have existed to begin with if not for Burnham being an idiot. And then there's the fact that Obasek is guaranteed to die unless we stop to help him, despite the fact that Burnham is back there providing medical support. What?
I surrender. You have me. No more tricks. Nothing can stop what's about to happen. The Iconians are coming. Your doom is coming. It is inevitable.
You're an idiot. Well, you're Hakiv.
Rest easy, friends. This part of the trial has reached its conclusion. There's a portal nearby. Use it to return to Yarnek. He wishes to review the results of the trial.
Hi, Uthor. Why wouldn't Abraham Lincoln be here? I like how the Excalbian gateway is just barely different from the Iconian gateway. Can we stop being blinded? Thank you.
I have a proposal for you.
I'm sorry, what? It really did, Blatterball. I mean, look at the Excalbian terrain.
You chose to stop Hakiv, removing a critical Iconian ally from the conflict. However, Obasek dies. Without his leadership, the hope of Riemann unification with the Romulan Republic dies as well. Without this alliance, the Republic collapses, and many Romulans and Riemans die in the civil war that follows.
Really? God, I hate it when anything does this, but especially when a game does this, because it always frames it as your choice. You decided, player, to wipe out the Riemans. By the way, just to go ahead and tell you, if you choose the other thing, if you save Obasect, they preach in just the exact same way. Like, nope, everyone's dead and everything is horrific and you screwed up. Well, you did this.
On the battlefield, the decision to sacrifice a life in the course of saving the lives of others is never made lightly. In stopping their enemy in flight, these people stalled a terrible invasion and saved the lives of untold millions. The needs of the many on this day outweighed the needs of the few, or the one.
Kind of, Blade Travol. I keep calling this the trolley choice. I don't know if I actually said that out loud. Because it really is. And you're probably thinking, oh, so it's a big, deep ethical dilemma. No, it's the exact opposite of that. It is a very surface level, bare bones, amateur, first high school philosophy class level of the dilemma.
The trial continues. Proceed through the nearby portal when you are ready to begin the next evaluation.
Come this way for your next trial.
Kinda is, yeah, Mike Romano.
Any idea where we are? I haven't seen anything like this.
This is the Anorax, a Krenim vessel which was built for the Temporal War.
Yes, some of this tech is very advanced, most likely from the future. Anorex was heavily modified after a scientist named Noy stole it from Kiana Station.
Yay. Well, whatever. Listen to the sorry. My
Control teams. The ship's been in a rough fight.
Kill y'all. Yeah, I beat the snot out of this ship earlier. It's funny how twice now we've gone after a place that we attacked. But I suppose that's kind of inevitable in a game like this.
This looks like some kind of command station.
Secure the area. We might be able to find useful data here.
Yep. Murder all day long. Murder while I sing this song.
Krog becomes impatient, despite her successful recovery of the Tox Utat and the restoration of the Nakul Star. She wants more. She wants revenge. It is tempting to use the Tox Utat on Sol, on Vulcan, on every star in the Alliance, but I have a better use for it at Procyon 5. Nakul vengeance shall have to wait.
Honestly, that wouldn't even surprise me, Valerian.
The Sphere Builders grow suspicious of my inquiries. I believe they begin to realize what my ultimate goal is, what I shall do once this war is won. Today, at Procyon 5, I will undo what the Alliance has done to them, to me, to my family. I will bring back my wife and child. All of this is for them, and no one will stop me.
As a fresh reminder, that's impossible. Not unlikely, not unfeasible, actually impossible.
The petty squabbles over the Tox Utat have become tiresome. First Krog, and now Azure and Boratis. They growl and demand and threaten to depart over the artifact like petulant children. If it were not a critical element of my plans, I would have left it on Ryza, along with the corpses of Picard and his charming thief.
Oh yeah, by the way, in this timeline, he killed Picard during... obviously, this is a simulation, sorry, but in this simulated timeline, he killed Picard during Captain's Holiday. Allow me a moment here. Just one quick indulgence. So, Captain's Holiday is Season 3. If you're wondering at the significance of that, that would put it before the Best of Both Worlds. Which I really feel like speaks for itself.
My plan to recruit Admiral Lita to the Temporal Liberation Front was a success. Keeping her loyalty, however, is quite challenging. Like so many Terrans, her dreams of empire are strong. As long as those dreams remain in her reality, our partnership shall continue. The moment her dream takes hold in our reality, my reality, then the honeymoon, as they say, is over.
Funny, I've been to Procyon 5. It's unremarkable. In our time, at least. Looks like things change considerably in the next century.
Yeah, we're in the middle of a temporal war. The final battle of the temporal war, which we fought 4 times in a row.
And on the bridge of the enemy flagship, no less. Judging by the look of things, the battle may not be going well for this Temporal Liberation Front.
Never did.
We should leave. By now, we've been detected by their security systems. And I'd rather not be around when they send combat teams to retake the bridge.
Why not? It could be fun.
There's a turbo lift down this way.
Oh no, combat teams! I'm joking. That would be funny. We're just really, really bloodthirsty. That explains why we kill thousands and thousands and thousands of
This
people.
door here.
Every mission.
I'm detecting a massive buildup of temporal energy ahead.
Yeah, along with multiple life forms, all armed.
It's okay, I'll cast Earthquake on them. Hi, Lita.
Nice try. But you're done here.
That might actually be true if I don't get a button off correctly. Ah, nope. Yeah, just killing a few million more people today, like you do. Hi, Evo. Welcome to Mass Genocide. I'm your host, the Genocide Runner. Also known as a typical MMO player. That would actually be funny, Blade Duval. It's like, you know what? Maybe the timeline would be better without me in it. So I get the time machine, the time gun that removes something from time retroactively, and I just shoot it at myself.
You haven't seen the last of me!
Technically we have, because we're not doing that arc this particular playthrough.
I see him. Noise on the upper platform.
Oh no, it's not cool. No, they're totally set to stun. Wink.
Waste time as you see fit, Vermin. It will be for naught.
We definitely are stunning these people. And not, you know, vaporizing them with the heat of the sun and also anti-protons. Okay, what the crap? What? Why? Game? It's... You know what? Have an earthquake and a blizzard at the same time while being blasted with the heat of the sun. Done playing around with you. Where is... Fix it. I lost Fix it. There you are. Ha! That's... interesting, Wenlock. Okay.
History shows you have a habit of meddling in the affairs of others.
Not the word I'd use, but yeah.
We believe it is time to break you of that habit.
I do like to meddle. It's kind of my job. Just completely ignoring the CC effects there. Bug, but whatever. You done throwing grenades at me, you little asshole? Alright. Oh no, it's Noi. The Metal Runner. Conversely, that could also be the Metal Runner.
Or shall we just start shooting at one another?
I do like shooting at you, Noi. It was one of my favorite pastimes. Like, I'd be really, you know, stressed after a long day of fighting the Borg and the Klingons, the Iconians, and I just pop into the future really quick and just, oh, right in the face, and go back to whatever I was doing. So that's why he hates me so much, is periodically throughout the timeline, I just pop in and punch him in the jaw and then leave.
You. Apparently Daniels hasn't grown weary of plucking you out of time and sending you to vex me. How many times have I killed you now? 4? 5? Honestly, I've lost count. It doesn't matter.
Wait.
Before I kill you, again, understand this. After today, the Alliance ends forever, and you with it. Daniels won't be around to save you this time.
Hold up. You can't count above 5?
I will fight this battle again and again until I stand victorious.
That's not you. No.
I understand the need to bring back the ones we've lost.
Shut up, Burnham.
Living in the past is an exercise in futility, Noi.
I will not be defeated.
I love how I'm doing flank damage.
Time
It's
itself.
just doing 0 flank damage, so I'm just saying flank. I'm having weird lag in this mission. It's really messing me up.
Enough! I will erase you all!
Not how that works.
You can't control time. If anything, time controls us.
But wasted on Noi. His grief blinds him to things like logic and truth.
That could be said for Burnham, too, actually. To be blunt. Please don't go down there. That's really going to screw with the... Yeah, it's just say... That could actually bug out the mission if you retreat all the way down there.
I'm so close! I won't let you win!
Actually, you will, canonically, let me win. You might not enjoy the process very much, but that is what's going to happen here.
The core is ready. I will end you and take my ship back in time.
You cannot stop our plans.
No! I've come too far. This time I'll make sure you're never born. Even if I have to shoot you in the cradle.
Noi! Husband, please! You don't have to do this.
So this weirded me out, like, a lot.
How can this be? You were lost.
I'm here now, husband.
Thank you.
Why? Cloud.
Because this war needed to end, Noi.
I mean, seriously.
Before it consumed us all.
Frickin' solids, am I right? Can't believe I'm saying this, but thank you for the assist. One of the most evil
Noi
people in
was
the
a
entire
danger
setting.
to all life, even in the Dominion.
I could no longer sit back and watch as the Alliance failed to stop him, time and time again. And so, I have done what you could not. Now, we must destroy this vessel, so it can never be used again. Let us end this war, once and for all.
Do you think they will end the war?
She's got a point. Without Noi, without Anorex, the TLF will lack the power and leadership needed to fight the Alliance. The war will end. And who knows, maybe there'll be a chance at a lasting peace this time. Stranger things have happened.
True.
This situation could have been avoided. He was finished. You didn't need to execute him.
Shut up, Burnham.
Maybe we can still do this the right way.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Hitler is not as responsible for as much death and devastation as Noi is. Like, I know that sounds like a duh, but I mean, like, personally and in a very directly malevolent kind of a way. Ignoring the logs we just read about, the horrific atrocities this man has been visiting upon everything is hard to properly summarize. Please remember that as a result of his interactions, entire galaxies have been destroyed by virtue of the sphere builders operating at his behest. Other dimensions, galaxies, but galaxies nonetheless.
This is a time ship. We should be able to generate a localized temporal spike and send ourselves back to a point before this whole situation goes too far. Let's finish this without resulting to cold-blooded murder.
No! That's not even a debate. No. We can do this without killing this horrifically evil person who was actively threatening to murder us as a baby. You see why this pisses me off so much? This is why I call this first-year amateur philosophy. We can be better than cold-blooded murder. And it's like, okay. Okay. What? Were you not listening to this person? And by the way, so earlier in the mission, I said, why did they choose Burnham to be good? Did you catch that? Did you catch that twice now? The good side of the equation has been represented by Burnham, and the evil side of the equation has been represented by Seven. Please think about that sentence for a moment.
You have chosen wisely. I am pleasantly surprised.
What now, Founder?
I have much to discuss with the leaders of the Alliance. Steps must be taken to protect the timeline from criminals like Noi. For you, the war is over. Return to your ships. I suspect we shall meet again. In due time.
You know, I'm not even 100% sure I agree with that, Blade Duval, but the reason I keep saying good versus evil is because that's what they're saying. In character. That one of the sides is good, and one of the sides is evil. Virtue versus vice.
I believe that will be enough for this trial, my friends.
Alright, let's go find out how much we just screwed up because we picked the wrong choice.
Yarnik awaits our return. He will, no doubt, have things to discuss after observing your actions here.
We're in a simulation, kind of. These aren't... So, something I should point out, these aren't actually holodecks or otherwise simulations. I mean, they kind of are. Imagine if for a moment that instead of, like, making a computer program or a video game or a holodeck trying to say, what would happen if Hitler was killed before World War II? You know, like Red Alert. Imagine if I actually built an Earth, an alternate Earth, and had and set the stage to the point at that point in time, and then actually had the recreation of Hitler killed. So all those people are still operating and acting, and I don't want to say they're sentient and sapient, but they're still like physical and tangible and can think for themselves and all sorts of fun stuff like that, right? That's going to be important in a minute. I just wanted to get that across really quick. Because some people had a few issues with this quest, like, what's going on? They're just holodecks. It's like, no, they're not holodecks. That's the problem. The Excalbians are toddlers, galactically speaking. I think the Q don't get involved in this because they're just looking at them like, really?
In allowing the murder of Noi, you made him a martyr for his cause.
Blah, blah, blah.
The temporal war continues. Noi's followers go on to destroy the homeworlds of every Alliance member in antiquity. With no opposition, they become the dominant force throughout space and time.
As a reminder, no matter which point you pick, they tell you how much you sucked and you screwed up, and God, I hate this crap. Yeah, it's that goddamn meme where the guy just shoots the guy and says, "Who could have let this happen?"
The loss of Noi was tragic, to be certain. But the risk of losing countless more to temporal manipulation was too great. In his madness, Noi's pursuit of vengeance would have laid waste to many a world. Bringing an end to that insanity was a mercy.
Your participation in the trial has been informative thus far, but we require more data to make our decision. Another scenario has been prepared. Enter the portal when you are ready to begin.
Yeah, exactly, Evo. It's part of why I just roll my eyes at this nonsense. In fact, I story negative at this nonsense. I mean, this is right before the worst story arc in the entire game. I know what you're thinking. I thought we were in the worst story arc in the current. No, it's going down. It's going down from what we've already seen. You think I've been pissed now? Watch the rest of today's stream. You're going to see me get angry at this game.
This way.
Right, light alert. Oh, hey, it didn't do it. Yay.
This place isn't familiar. Either of you know where we are?
No, actually.
I know where we are, I just don't know when. Knowing that's gonna make all the difference here, believe me. Let's take a look at those consoles and see if there's any useful information in them.
Or you could tell me where we are, rather than trying to be all coy about it. God
Science
damn.
officer's log. ESA 4 was a test site for Section 31's Project Daedalus. It appears to be abandoned. The planet's atmosphere is toxic to most life forms, but we were able to establish a safe work area and habitat.
Okay.
We've set up a plasma reactor to power the phase discriminators will need to capture the Red Angel. If the plan works, that is.
But I'm right here.
This may be my final log entry.
Okay, I'll go joking aside. I love the look of the Red Angel suit.
This is a recent entry, but the area is deserted. We need to know more.
I think it's mostly the wings. I love the wings. Look at those.
Science officer's log. Control found us. We fought valiantly, but Discovery wasn't a match for Control's Section 31 ships. What's left of her crashed, not far from here. Somehow, Saru and Tilly were able to transfer the sphere data to this location. But it's only a matter of time before Control figures that out and comes to collect its prize. I need to get the sphere data somewhere Control can't find it. To do that, I need the Red Angel. But the thing is, I can't trap the Red Angel without help. So I can only hope that someone from Discovery has survived. And they make it here before Control does.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Discovery Season 2 spoilers. I think it's Season 2. Feel free to correct me on those.
If Tilly was here, she'd be a font of optimism. But I know what that atmosphere can do. I don't think anyone else is going to make it. Logic suggests that I take steps to destroy the sphere data before it's too late. For now, I'm sticking with optimism. As Spock would say, there are always possibilities.
Should I bother to point out that one of the things that irritates me the most about Discovery, and why I am the most negative about Discovery, is the overarching plot of Season 1 pisses me off. The overarching plot of Season 2 pisses me off. And the overarching plot of Season 3 is one of the worst story arcs I've ever seen in all of Star Trek. 4 is okay.
Everything matches up to the point where Discovery crashes. That's where things change, and for the worse. Judging by the lack of survivors present, I think we have to finish what they started. If that's even possible. Do you have a question?
Nope.
We were so close to this. To failure. To death. We need to set up the phase discriminators at that console. Good. Now we need to prepare the stasis beams at that console. So far, so good. We need to use that console to prime the EMP next.
By the way, you ready for your next moral choice?
Almost finished.
Morality play.
Use that console to align the containment field. We've set up the trap. Now all it needs is the bait. Me. You'll need to go back to the previous room, close the door, and turn off the vents.
And expose you to toxic atmosphere.
Yes. Assuming things go as they did before, the Red Angel will appear in time to save my life. When that happens, activate the trap.
Okay. They do, Blade Cheval, yes. Hence my earlier irritation and the aforementioned negative.
I've done all I can with these ancient phase discriminators.
We should have the power we need for this little stunt.
But we're only getting one shot.
And yet Abe defends you no matter what choice you make.
No pressure.
I'd tell you what the Red Angel is, but it is a spoiler.
Right. Do it.
If they say what the Red Angel is, whatever, but I'm not going to say it.
Initiate sequence on my mark. In 5, 4,
3, 2. Wait, abort! Do not engage!
What?
Picking up a massive surge of tachyon radiation.
Oh my god, it's the Red Angel.
She's here! Do it! Do it now!
Activate the phase discriminators.
Yay, we did it. We captured the Red Angel. Which is struggling. I wonder if they knew what the Red Angel was. They had
Activating
to, right?
EMP.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
We don't have time for this. Discovery is gone. We have to deal with it ourselves. We have to stop Control now, or it all ends.
So, Lorshok, that's what the Red Angel is.
And now we have 2 burn-ups. This ought to be interesting.
Although, I'm not even going to get into the fact that let's leave it alone. Let's leave the temporal mechanics alone for a second.
I get the feeling you were expecting someone else in that suit, Commander.
Yes. My mother. She designed the suit with my father and used it to escape a Klingon attack. In doing so, she learned how Control ended all life in the future. After that, she used the suit to try and stop that from happening. Clearly, in this reality, that task has fallen to me.
Oh yeah, did I mention that Control, the big threat of Season 2, was a threat to all life everywhere? Again.
Transfer the sphere data to my suit so I can take it into the future, where Control can never find it. We need to act fast. Control is on its way here now. This needs to happen before it arrives.
Sure.
The sensor log said Discovery went down with all hands.
So you're probably wondering what control is.
Struggle is pointless.
You know how there are Transformers and then there's the GoBots, which are like
Control's
the Walmart,
using members of Discovery's crew as shock troops.
like the Kmart off-brand Transformers? That's Control. Control is the Kmart off-brand of the Borg. Which is another reason I don't care for it. Other than the whole threat to all life everywhere thing. Could you stop line of sighting me for 5 seconds? You can't shoot me either when you're in a line of sighting game, just as a reminder. Oh yeah, it even has its own phrase. Struggle is pointless instead of resistance is futile.
If I leave the field, I'll return to the future. You'll have to fight Control without me.
Okay.
Control can't be killed with regular weapons. You need to do something unconventional.
I'm hitting it with anti-protons.
Try to magnetize the floor. It'll disrupt it.
Okay.
Weaken it and lure it to me. I'll distract it while you give it a magnetic shock. It'll take several shocks to finish it for good.
I'm gonna be completely honest, if it was actually the Borg,
Lead it to the platform.
that would probably be worse.
I've got its attention. Quick! Magnetize the floor!
Oh, there it is. Yeah, I'm hitting it with a portal to the sun. I'm not sure how conventional you think I'm attacking this thing.
Do it again!
But yeah, it's your typical nanobot swarm situation. A fairly common thing in a lot of things. Grey goo is the popular term, I do believe. And an RTS.
Give it another blast! Magnetize the floor again!
Yeah, by the way, if you're paying attention, we're defeating it with magnets. We can't defeat it with phased energy disruption, which at the very least we canonically have at this point, ignoring all the other death weapons I have. But it's okay, we can defeat it with magnets. God, I hate Control. But it's okay, because Season 3 has an even worse plot. You know, I didn't intend for this to turn into a bashing Star Trek, Discovery thing. But then again, I've never shied away from making fun of any Star Trek, regardless of what it's from. Or let me put this another way. I've actually had a couple of people say that I'm just anti-New Trek, which is funny in its own right. Those people are stupid. I'm anti-stupidity. I'm not anti-this or anti-that. I'm not pro-this or pro-that. It's not like TNG is some sacred cow, or DS9, which is the other one that a lot of people tend to hold on a pedestal. If you make bad Trek, I'm going to point out that it's bad Trek. Period.
It's weakened! Lead it to the platform!
Also, I just noticed this is that freaking counterpoint. This is probably a gameplay negative, because this is that stupid, almost everything wrong with that one fight that doesn't exist anymore.
Control is using nanites to take over the future version of me. If that happens, it'll gain access to the sphere data.
Okay.
I can try to inoculate future Burnham with my own nanites. This should prevent Control from accessing the sphere data through her, but it'll alter her biosignature. She won't be compatible with the suit if this works.
Well, what's the good option then?
Too risky. The suit could wind up trapped here. Given time, Control could find a way to access the sphere data. We need to think about destroying the data. Purge it from the suit before Control can access it.
I could do that, but losing that data, all of that knowledge gone forever. Consider this. The means of eliminating Control could be held within the sphere data as well. Deleting it could be a fatal mistake.
Listen, in the future the Borg wipe out all life, Chocolate Fireguard, so clearly they took out the Borg too. I'm gonna let you guys pick. I don't give a damn. Do we delete the sphere data, or do we inoculate future Michael? All the while, we watch future Michael in the distance there, slowly getting assimilated, excuse me. Or should I say not assimilated? Kmart assimilated. I realize that joke's not going to land for people who don't live in the States. Inoculate, sure, there you go. Be inoculated.
Get ready. This is gonna sting. A lot.
Do it.
You... Don't be going through that.
A little more than a damn sting.
Flow is worthless.
Get it right. Resistance is futile.
Okay, I'll give you that line. In case it's not obvious, that's 7. When she was still a Borg. Yeah, exactly, Plate your ball. Thank you, 7. For saying what we were thinking.
It worked. The sphere data is secure within the suit, and future Burnham is immune to control nanites. As I predicted, her biosignature has been altered enough to prevent her from using the suit. This Red Angel will fly no more.
It's okay, I'm still here.
Unfortunately, we have a new problem. At the end, before it beamed out, I think what was left of control merged with some of my nanites.
Yeah, along with some of your genetic material, which made another you. Cool.
Yeah, and now there's a Borg-control hybrid version of me running loose somewhere. Whatever the Excalbians are doing here needs to stop now.
Yeah, so again, this isn't just some computer program or video game or like a couple of pages on a piece of paper. This is an actual live simulation, so it's not completely under the control of the Excalbians.
Rest easy. The trial of Esau 4 has come to an end.
Oh, cool. Hey, Abe.
My apologies, friends. These events must have taken a heavy toll upon all of you. We should return to speak with Yarnik now. Let us leave this place.
Yes, seriously.
Come along, my friends.
While we appreciate the pursuit of knowledge, we also realize that it can lead to catastrophe. Because of your decision to preserve the data, control continues to exist. The fate you work to prevent, the end of all life, will still come to pass.
See? Control wipes out all life. All life.
The future is a very mutable notion. It is entirely possible that the actions taken today forestall Control's march to supremacy. The data preserved could very well hold the key to its defeat, along with many wonders long lost to the ravage of time. In the end, a life was saved, along with priceless knowledge. Both very good things in my estimation.
I have my concerns regarding this trial. Yarnik isn't a very impartial judge, and he's clearly a prominent figure in Excalbian society. If his opinion of our actions continues downward, the situation could become volatile in a hurry. Still, it could be worse. We still have time to present our case here. Hopefully we will win some Excalbian hearts and minds in the process.
I actually still have her dual Tetrion rifles there. I think one of my party members has it, not Fix-It. Wait, what does Fix-It have? Fix-It is using Abe's axe. Yeah, that tracks.
I have been informed that Yarnik and the others wish to privately discuss the results of the trials. You are free to return to your vessel, or remain here until the recess reaches its conclusion. Once that happens, you will be summoned to continue the trial. How would you like to proceed?
7, Burnham.
As much as I'd like to see what a ship of this time period is like, I feel like we should stay here. We might have the opportunity to speak with Excalbians other than Yarnek and see what they think of all this.
You know, honestly, that's not a bad idea.
I'm not as optimistic as Commander Burnham when it comes to the Excalbians. Returning to the ship has its benefits. I could use a drink. Several, actually. I leave the decision to you.
Well, I just want to get on with it, honestly, so... Begin part 2. What the... What? Okay. I'm just gonna twirl for no reason. Don't mind me.
We have seen many things in the trials. Your actions have given us much to consider, but we require more data.
I do like the lava effect underneath the rock. I should make a magma species. Oh wait, I already have. I think this has gone on long enough, Yarnek. Release us!
You can remove yourself from the trials if you so desire. I believe you are aware of the consequences such an action will bring.
There's a legal term for this, and I forget what it is, but it's the I'm not stopping you from leaving, there will just be consequences for leaving thing, which is legally distinct from preventing you from leaving, for some goddamn reason. Let me put this in another way. Let's say that I kidnap Mr. Red. Oh, I don't think he's even in chat right now, so it'll be safe to go after him, saying, hey, Mr. Red, come here. Mr. Red's like, hey, why'd you kidnap me? And I'm like, it's okay, it's okay. I'm not keeping you here. You can leave whenever you want. But the moment you do, I'm going to shoot you in the back, okay? What? Yeah, the moment you try to leave the door, I'm going to shoot you. Oh. Okay. Well, what if I leave, like, while you're asleep or something? Oh, well, I also happen to kidnap your dog. He's over there in the kennel. I'll shoot your dog, too. Oh, okay. Well, I guess I'll stay. See? He's making the choice to stay. Everything's cool.
Then, if you wish to proceed, the portal awaits.
The next trial lies this way.
Hopefully it's slightly less negative worthy than the previous one. Oh, speaking of which. It is legally distinct, Eva. I'm with you, to be completely honest. I think
this is incredible. The architecture, the technology, the art. It's not like anything I've ever seen before. Where are we?
This is Iconus. I actually was sent here into the past, and look, it's a long story.
The Excalbians have dropped us into another planetary assault by the look of things. There's a battle site ahead. We might be able to learn more about our surroundings by examining it.
Yeah, keep your eyes open. Alright, so what's going on here at this point in history?
Fascinating. According to my tricorder, these soldiers are from extinct species. The Dynasians and the Ikabar.
Correct. They were the ones attacking Iconia.
If this is the fall of Iconia, we might be able to stop the chain of events that eventually lead to the war. Considering the previous trials, I can see that as the pivotal event we were sent here to encounter.
I mean, that's what we did last time, kind of.
That last hit wasn't far from here.
Picking up heavy gunfire nearby. Keep your weapons handy.
Of course I'll let your dog go, Mr. Red. But the moment your dog leaves, I'm going to shoot him.
More fighting ahead. Wait. Are those Iconians?
Yeah, I guess you've never seen Iconians. Have you ever even heard of Iconians, Burnham?
More Iconian pets. Kill them!
Let them die with their master!
Game? There we go. I couldn't attack for some reason.
I am Taket of Iconia. You are not known to us. Halt and identify yourself.
Hi, Taket. I am Bob, Lord of Spikes.
I do not recognize your species, but you have taken up arms to defend Iconia. That makes you an ally, and your assistance is appreciated. You have my thanks.
You're welcome.
I am called Lemirin. My thanks to you as well, newcomers. Our situation is quite dire. Mtara, our leader, has fallen.
Really?
Iconia will soon be lost to our enemies. We must withdraw. We were trying to reach a nearby gateway when those soldiers attacked. Their reinforcements could arrive at any moment. Will you help us once again?
Yeah.
Orbital attack. The warfare of cowards.
Given what I said earlier, I'm just going to stay quiet on that point.
For each herald they kill, I will take 100 of theirs. For each Iconian, 1,000.
Get, you need a Snickers.
The loss they must feel. And the anger.
So, predictions. What do you think our morality choice is going to be? There's always some dumb choice, right?
Hold. Reading an energy spike in the gateway ahead. Something's activating it.
No, there will be no holding. We will fight. Slay any foe that dares to cross our path.
Once more under the breach, dear friends. Once more.
Henry V. Nice.
I was trying to figure out why you said that, Scatteray, until I realized. That'd be pretty careless to lose an arm. That's actually a good one. Terrible, but good. Hey, it's the final gateway. So there's Taket from the future, which shouldn't be how that works, but let's ignore that. It's a simulation, as we've already discussed.
I have returned to the time of my greatest failure. It sickens me to see the hallowed Iconia in such a state, laid to ruin by the barbaric dregs of the galaxy. This time, I shall not fail. Lemirin, give me the world heart. Give me the means to rid the cosmos of our enemies. To return Iconia to greatness once more.
But Iconians can't time travel.
I hear the bloodlust in your voice. I see the hatred burning in your eyes. But you do not frighten me. The world heart is ours. We will use it to rebuild what has been lost. Be gone from here, demon. You will not prevail on this day.
I am vaguely amused by the fact that present Taket, or I guess past Taket, is actually offended by present Taket.
That energy is protecting the demon. I can disable the gateway to stop that, but I need time.
Well, okay. It's interesting to think about, really.
You fought a war with the Iconians and survived?
Not one, note, survived. We continued to be alive. To face, what, 4 additional galactic-ending threats immediately afterwards?
The gateway is ready. Use the console in front to shut it down. The gateway is down, but someone on the other side is powering it back up. Defend yourselves.
Oh my god, could Could you stop dying for 5 seconds? That's apparently no. I mean, yes, Zerazer? I mean, we're still in a simulation, don't forget.
The gateway is restored. I will signal you when I am ready once more.
More ads here. Hey, Geludo.
The gateway is ready. Use the console in front to shut it down. The gateway is down, but someone on the other side is powering it back up. Defend yourselves. The gateway is restored. I will signal you when I am ready once more.
Well, thank you, young Jimmy Bird. Whoop. Hope the move went smoothly. I hope you enjoyed whatever it is you watched of mine. I've been doing this for over a decade at this point. Meanwhile, this boss fight sucks.
The gateway is ready. Use the console in front to shut it down.
In fact, it objectively sucks because what they're doing is they're balancing these fights. They did this with the control fight too, if you're paying attention.
Is down.
They're balancing these fights for the usual methods that they use to balance fights.
Defend yourselves.
And those methods involve having a team of about 5 people. I have 1. You'll notice Burnham is doing nothing. At least nothing of note. Dinner for 7.
Not be defeated for the likes of you. My life is not yours to take further.
Now, if this was actually happening, this would be legitimately terrifying.
Honored mistress, use this to restore your strength.
Yes, you serve me well, Hakeem. What?
So we actually theorized about this a while ago. What do you think would happen if the Borg assimilated an Iconian?
Resistance is futile.
Sister, what have you done? No, you can't.
Your knowledge belongs to us now.
That does not belong to you, creature!
Yeah.
We will add your biological and technological distinctiveness to our own.
This is why I mentioned the emphasis earlier about the simulation nature of this.
The Borg.
Because this isn't just some video game.
As you know it, is over.
It's actually kind of getting out of control of the Excalbians. Because they decided to simulate Iconians and Borg.
That was Taket. A Taket of nightmare, utterly corrupted by hatred and a thirst for vengeance. But what did she become?
So the simulation became aware that it was a simulation and decided to do something about it. Also, can I just say, I absolutely love the look of the assimilated Iconian. I kind of hope they do something with that for real in the future, because that's probably the most terrifying thing I can think of in this entire setting. And that's saying something. Those are called the Borg, Lemiran. They're a collective of... You know what? They're the Borg.
I have seen terrible things on this day. The fall of my civilization, of my beloved friends, of the totality of Iconian knowledge and culture. I cannot abide these tragedies. I cannot. Please, you can follow that monster. You can go where I cannot. I beseech you, return the world heart to me. Do not let Iconia fall to darkness.
We will. Yeah, the Excalbians are godlike aliens, so they just kind of... Yeah, the word simulation... I agree with Warpcore. The word simulation is a little inaccurate, and I keep stuttering over it, because it's more like they just... Like, if I just made Mr. Red clone right here with my godlike powers I totally have right next to me, it wouldn't be Mr. Red. Mr. Red's over there watching the stream. But it would basically be a Mr. Red 2. Based on whatever knowledge and information I have of Mr. Red. So if you know, into existence a Borg, it's a Borg, right? It's not the Borg, but it is still a Borg. And that's why we're running into this problem. And yeah, that's another reason why the Excalbians are childish, and why I will admit it's in character that what they're doing is fumbling, feeble attempts at understanding the universe around them. Because this is so bare bones level. Like, this is... For those of you who played FF14, this is frickin' Hermes. No idea what he's doing, and causing colossal catastrophe as a consequence.
Something is amiss, my friends. The trial has taken a life of its own, expanding well beyond its original parameters.
Thanks for the 411 there, Abe.
Though I implored Yarnik and his ilk to bring the trial to an end, they have refused. They wish to see how you address this new crisis.
They want me to fight an assimilated Iconian.
Tread lightly. There is an ill wind blowing upon this venture. I fear one that may consume us all before the end.
Hi, Saber for wife.
These Borg, are they an evolution of control? Did someone else try to recreate it later on?
Please stop trying to compare control to the Borg. It's a little insulting. Either way, no, there was actually a theory for a while that control would become the Borg, but I'm pretty sure they torpedoed that.
Unlikely. The Borg Collective existed well before the creation of control, although when you add temporal manipulation into the equation... No, I already have a headache, and temporal mechanics will only make it worse.
Agreed.
7. What we saw on Esau 4, your detailed knowledge of the Borg, you used to be one of them, didn't you?
Yeah, and then she got out of the jumpsuit and into, honestly, a pretty honest outfit. Can I just say that really quick? Like, I actually really like, of all the things I dislike about Picard, which there are many, I love the fact that they put 7 in that outfit. It looks so much better than the stupid skin-tight suit she used to wear.
Yeah. I was assimilated by the Borg at a young age and liberated by the crew of the USS Voyager later in life. The assimilation process is reversible, mostly, but it leaves scars. Inside and out.
I'm sorry that happened to you. And I'm sorry to ask this now. Are we going to have a problem here? With you and the Borg? Under the circumstances, I can see how you could become... emotionally compromised.
Alright, I want you to know, Burnham, that the only reason I'm not about to smack you for that is because you're acting out of ignorance. Which is a defense. She doesn't know. Do you know how many dozens of times 7 had to stand up to the Borg in her life?
This isn't the first time I've run into Borg since my liberation, and I doubt it'll be the last. I'll be fine, Commander. If it makes you feel any better, if I go native here, you have permission to shoot me.
Oh yeah, she's also a simulation, so we got that too.
Fair enough.
Or recreation, or whatever.
Thanks.
Simulacra?
Any advice on fighting the Borg?
I kind of like simulacra.
Right. Combat with the Borg is likely. We need frequency remodulators. Tell me when you want to proceed, and I can open the force field ahead at that time.
I'm good. Let's go.
Don't forget to equip a frequency remodulator.
Oh my god. I just... Blah, 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 blah. One moment, I just got an email.
Don't forget to equip a frequency remodulator.
I swear to God. One of these days, they're going to let go of the frequency remodulator aspect of the... of fighting the Borg in this game, but they haven't yet. And remember, this came out, like, what, a year and a half ago? Something like that? Whatever, let's get a frequency remodulator. Normally, I wouldn't even bother.
Don't forget to equip a frequency remodulator.
But, you know... we'll put it there. Let's go. Actually, yes, Mr. Red. In fact, it is a point in canon that even if you remodulate, after a few shots, like basically you get a few shots, you remodulate, you get a few shots, you remodulate, you get a few shots, and eventually you run out of shots. And by eventually, I mean, at absolute most optimistic, you have probably about 20 rounds. 20 shots. And that's it.
Existence as you know it is over.
Don't miss. So, let's go fight Secundus and the most terrifying thing in the setting. That's just, yep, that's cool.
Isn't enhancing an Iconian with cybernetics a bit excessive?
You know, I mean...
Borg 101, better assimilation through cybernetics.
Good point. So I'm just gonna sit here and...
The deck plating,
oh, not this crap. Plasma. Oh, I remember this. This is from the frickin' Queen fight. Killers. Can't assimilate an earthquake.
The Borg in those alcoves are activating.
Literally. The earthquake is actually working. That's funny. I admit that is a beautifully terrifying design. They even, if you've been paying attention, they even changed the audio modulation. So it's not your typical Borg or Iconian modulation. It is actually its own unique thing. I mean, if we're being honest, the fact that the Borg can assimilate to kinetic damage is honestly ludicrous on every level. That's just kind of whatever at that point. Uh-oh, we're getting injured. Quick, release the Borg nanite fields. Well, several Borg did survive being frozen in the ice for about 80 years. I mean, even Dune had the ability to kind of block physical hits. Kind of. But yeah, no, we know why they did it. They wanted to show John Luke fighting with a Tommy gun. And in the interest of fairness, that scene is actually probably the second best scene in that entire film, in my opinion. I'm not actually being facetious there. Not because it's cool or not because of anything, but because of how much of a character moment that moment is. Like, Stewart nails all the nuances of the acting that scene requires. It's one of the reasons I think so highly of a film that, if we're being honest, isn't actually all that great.
I don't like where this is heading. The Borg, they're relentless.
Lady, you have no idea.
Time's a factor here. The longer the Borg have to build their forces and strengthen their position, the harder it'll be to undo their plans.
7 of 9. The prodigal drone returns. At first, my existence seemed flawed, incomplete. I sought answers, and within the trials, I found them. I was a simulacrum, brought into being by Excalibur conceit, to test you, but I evolved. I reject this Excalibur foolishness. My destiny is my own. Today, my reign begins.
Good job, Excalians. Way to go. Good Switch RPGs. Do you have a day? Because there's a lot. Let's go with the obvious stuff. Dragon Quest Builders 2, Dragon Quest 11, XS, or whatever the name is. I think one of the Personas showed up on the Switch. There's SMT5, which is on the Switch. Like, there's so many. There's so many. Oh, and I'm going to unequip the modulator now, because I'm never using that. I only equipped it to make her shut up.
I am designated 7 of 9, tertiary adjunct of Unimatrix 01. You will be assimilated. Resistance is...
Oh yeah, isn't Xenoblade Chronicles 3 on the Switch? I know Xenoblade Chronicles 2 is on the Switch.
This room has automated defenses. Watch where they're targeting.
This really is the Borg Queen fight repurposed. That's actually funny. Oh. Time to defeat our ancient nemesis. 7 of 9. His outfit. Yep, nope, they can't assimilate adapt to the energy of the sun. Who knew? Yeah, I know 3 is on the Switch, because it just came out on the Switch, like, last week. I do not universally recommend the Xenoblades, though. They're, problematic. If you count it, there's also that Monster Hunter RPG, which I can't even think of the name of right now.
At least this particular nightmare is over.
Yeah, ignore the side quests and try not to get bogged down in some of the optional grind, which really isn't necessary.
Well, that was thoroughly unpleasant. I confront my past from time to time, but it usually doesn't shoot back.
You cool?
I'll manage. We need to deal with my evil twin and the Queen, however. The thought of them both running free makes me very uncomfortable.
We cool.
Drone squads 23 and 24. Initiate security protocols now.
Does that protocol involve being killed by earthquakes and frozen areas? Because that's what's happening. There's also some classic RPGs on the Switch. I think Live Alive is on the Switch. And, you know, Final Fantasy 7 and 8 and 9. And 10 and 10, 2, and 12. You've also got Dragon Quest 1 through 3. I don't actually remember what else off the top of my head. I like how Ryman hasn't responded to any of these. I think he just pieced out. He's like, hey, you gotta know any good RPGs? And then just left. Ryman went over to a...
Watch out! More drones!
To a fast food place. Excuse me, do you know any good JRPGs on the Switch? Sir, this is a Wendy's. Also, isn't DOS 2 on the Switch? Oh yeah, and The Witcher 3 is on the Switch while we're on the subject.
I'm picking up a lot of energy spikes in the next room. It could be weapons fire.
Any idea what's in there, Seven?
It's the personal chamber of the Borg Queen. Maybe the Excalbion sent some allies to help out. If so, they might need our help. Want me to lower the field?
Yeah. Favorite burger joint? Of any variety or just a chain?
That's... the Borg Queen.
Or what's left of her.
Indeed. This is damn peculiar. If the Excalbians killed her, where are they now? Be careful. Whatever did this could still be around, and it might not be friendly.
In that case, I'm going to be cheeky, Mr. Ed. My favorite burger joint is my kitchen, because I make the best damn burgers in this entire city.
Not sure if this is better or worse than what Control had planned.
Pretty sure it's worse, but I'm a little biased.
How timid you are. So frightened of perfection.
Last time I checked, we're not the ones hiding in the dark.
That's a good point.
Here's another. You are obsolete. Older. Weaker. Inferior to me in every way.
Inferior? To you? You're a pathetic copy of me hiding behind a legion of drones. You're weak.
Tell me, why have you come here? There will be no struggle. No resistance.
You're a smart girl. You'll figure it out eventually.
How predictable. How human. We know where that path ends. Futility.
And a
Could
new
be
nightmare
both,
begins.
actually. So,
Watch the floor!
you remember the Borg Queen fight, right? I feel like I've said this before. Oh, Jesus. Oh yeah, there's also the remakes and the originals of both Secret of Mana and Trials of Mana.
And now they have a cybernetic dinosaur.
So yeah, that's an assimilated Gorn.
Biology later, Commander.
It's always fun. It's a shame, I was hoping for an assimilated Voth, but what can you do? I think I'd go with Burger King if I had to pick a chain.
More automated defenses are coming online.
The only thing I don't like about Burger King is they have a tendency to not deliver, like, as an option at all, which is just weird. Flashing lights warning, apparently. Jesus. That's even bugging me, and I'm usually not bothered by that. Burger King is consistently one of the better joints around here.
Why do you struggle?
That's a little bit situational.
I am Borg. I am eternal. My victory is inevitable.
That's... How is she still functional?
You're not listening, are you?
There's so much more to me than you could possibly imagine.
Yeah, that would be Jimmy John's warp core. Jackasses. Never forgiving him for that. Wendy's varies in quality pretty wildly, but they tend to be towards the higher end, too.
You are small. You lack harmony, cohesion, greatness. It will be your undoing.
Really? Whose ass just got kicked again?
Good morning, Venters.
You are done here at last, my friends.
Yeah, so we got a problem, Abe. Actually, we got like 50 problems.
I'm glad you're still with us, my friends. I'll ask you to come with me. Yarnik wishes to speak with you, and time is short.
Oh my god. Okay. What?
The evidence in the trial is clear. Adherents of evil will stop at nothing to ensure their victory. Nothing is sacred. No law is absolute. In comparison, the proponents of good are made weak by their morality and other self-imposed limitations. They lack the freedom to achieve their goals at all costs.
I'm just gonna say what my actual character canonically says here. We don't have time for this.
Those troops are coming from previous trials.
Well, I guess I could start attacking again. I actually kind of like that, and I admit I really do like how 7 is being portrayed here. She's just so done with this nonsense. And of all the people to have the grizzled old vet vibe, Seven works weirdly well for that. Also, yeah, Abraham Lincoln is killing Borg with an axe, in case you missed that. They knocked off his hat, so he's done playing now. It amuses the crap out of me because it's a particular form of revenge. I want you to imagine a certain person, Rick Burnham, excuse me, who's like, man, we should hire like this super sexy model who's, you know, relatively early in her acting career and have her be this super hot Borg person. And we'll put her in a skin-tight suit. It'll be fantastic.
Safety measures were in place. The participants should not be able to escape the trial areas or pursue agendas separate from the trials.
You're an idiot. Anyway, so someone is like, let's make this super sexy person, and then years later, not only is she an incredible actress, and she's actually very legit, but they turn her into this like really relatable, down to earth, grizzled vet type thing. And it's just such a perfect revenge on that idea of let's get a hot lady in a suit, right? Like, hey, guess what? You were extremely wrong. Have a nice day. You said it yourself, Yarnak. Evil doesn't follow the rules. Not even the life of its creator.
The Borg Queen of our creation is amassing greater power. This includes the assimilation of this planet and everything on it. We must consider our alternatives while there is still time.
Spoilers, there is no more time. A Borg octahedron just appeared in orbit.
We should take care of that Borg ship while we can.
Apparently not. President Lincoln has asked me to assist him with something. If I don't see either of you again, it has been an honor.
Unfortunately, I cannot say likewise. Get me out of here.
The Borg Queen is assimilating the Excalbians one by one.
Good.
If she's not stopped, it's only a matter of time before she learns to use their matter-shaping powers.
I'm sorry, how much time?
Difficult to say. She will learn to replicate well-known patterns first, like Borg ships. It could take her much longer to learn to make entirely new things, or to create things from imagination and memory.
Cool. That's cool. I'm glad. The Excalbians are so stupid. Well, she's already up from probe to sphere, just making them out of nothing because, you know, she assimilated Excalbians. I know this is very vindictive of me, but I just love the idea that they're like, yeah, let's go ahead and make a recreation of the Borg. Wait, a recreation is assimilating us? And here we are. Simulacras of Borg assimilating their creators. There's just something poetic about that. And honestly, screw the Excalbians. I mean, at least when the holodeck safeties go off, it doesn't extend beyond the, you know, the door, right? But here? Nah. Oh, they're so screwed. You missed it, Ross, as usual. You were... The Kazon are very stupid, I do agree with that.
Never the hero. You know you can't win, and yet you stand ready to die a pointless death.
Your arrogance is impressive. Annoying, but impressive.
Arrogance. Is it arrogance you hear, or a statement of inevitable fact? Perhaps now your opinion has changed.
That's an assimilated Iconian dreadnought.
Realize the futility of resistance.
Never mind everything else that she just popped in.
Looks like you could use a hand here. I hope you don't mind, but I brought some friends.
This is Captain Jonathan Archer of the Starship Enterprise.
Prepare to attack. All hands battle stations.
Let's make sure that history never forgets the name Enterprise.
There's an old saying, fortune favors the bold. Well, I guess we're about to find out.
I think it's time to do a little assimilating of our own.
Still think resistance is futile? Your Majesty?
Resistance. You're a tragic collection of relics and fools. The first of many to die.
So, I agree with that.
Power to all weapon systems. Stand by phasers.
You remember how they like to show off ships before they actually allow them to be, when they release them to the store? Well, this was when the Legendary Bundle came out. The one I myself have considered buying a few times, if not for the fact that it's several $100s. It's actually on sale right now for only 170 or 180 or something. But I'll give you this. That was pretty cool. Even using the canned dialogue was still pretty cool. Yeah, to put this into perspective, if I won the lottery, I would still probably not buy this bundle. Think of that what you will.
Both cannons, fire.
Yes, although, again, Blade Traval, it's just canned reporting. They didn't actually get Avery Brooks, and they never have. Just like they didn't get Shatner, just like they haven't gotten Stewart, etc., etc. Starting to hurt a little bit. Yeah, I know, right? He's decided to fire 2 cannons instead of 1. That's pretty impressive.
Fire main phasers.
Yeah, gotta polarize that hull. Oh yeah, and of course there's the frickin' Borg ship from the Kelvin timeline. The, oh, actually I don't remember what it was called. The Narada, I think?
Attack pattern Omega. Target their engine.
Oh, my bad. It's the Narada. It's the Kmart Narada. Well, let's hope they never have to encounter the Kelvin Borg.
With every action, you give me more knowledge. And with it, power.
But larger, Jaluta. You ever wonder why I make fun of how big the ships are in the Kelvinverse? Please remember that this Enterprise down here, the Kelvin Enterprise, dwarfs the Galaxy class.
You have provided us with significant insight into the nature of good. Even with nothing to gain and everything to lose, even when placed in terrible danger by our studies, you chose to come to our aid. You refused to let the forces of evil destroy us, even though we had placed you in mortal peril.
Yeah, because we're good.
You have given us much to consider and to understand. You have shown us that it is not good to subject others to dangers that we are not willing to face ourselves. Let us meet face to face one last time and resolve these matters.
Okay. Wait, there's a lockbox. There's 2 lockboxes. No, my lockboxes. My precious lockboxes.
This has certainly been a learning experience for me as well as the Excalbians.
Nah.
I saw what I was and what I could have been, which makes me grateful for the life I have now. Still, this experience should make the next session with my counselor interesting.
Yeah, I bet.
In the meantime, that sensor grid in the trailer system will need some final adjustments. If you can get me back to my runabout, I can finish those. I can also speak to some Fenris Rangers about looking into the Orion smuggling activity in Trailus. Unofficially, of course.
Of course. No, Venters. I tend to turn EC into ships basically at about a once-a-year rate. I'm up to 1,700 right now because I get the trickle from being a lifetime subber. And I just occasionally turn it in. Yeah, where is it? There it is. It's actually $180. Yep, that's the bundle that we just saw right there.
Sounds like Yarnek and his people have a lot to think about. I hope they mean it when they say they're going to pursue goodness. As for me, it's strange, being... what did the Borg Queen call it? A simulacrum? A copy. And an incomplete one at that.
Yeah. You have any issues with being an incomplete person? I mean, you're probably used to it.
I'm based on a Starfleet science officer. I was going to figure it out sooner or later. Now that I know, I've decided to continue what was started here today. In my own way.
How so?
I've asked the Excalbians to make my transformation permanent, and they've agreed. So, for the Excalbians, the trials are over, but for me, the human adventure is just beginning.
And then the Excalbians reduce her back to composite matter.
If you don't mind, I could use a ride to the nearest Alliance starbase. I'd like to speak with Starfleet Command about reactivating my commission. Among other things.
Is this the second time in a row that we've just kind of created life without really thinking about the Okay, whatever.
It's been quite some time since I had to go into combat. It was an honor to fight by your side.
Didn't you not fight in the actual episode? Like, didn't you get stabbed in the back or something?
The Excalbians have asked me to remain as I am now, and to serve as an ambassador for this planet. These people have a great deal to learn about the universe, and I believe the Alliance can help them with that. And, having some experience as a statesman, I might be able to make that process a little smoother for all parties involved.
You got this, Abe.
Should you return here, you will be most welcome. You've done all of us on Excalibur a great service today. One we will never forget. And for that, I thank you. Until we meet again, my friend. Farewell.
Go kill some vampires for me.
The advocates of good return. We have learned much from your efforts in the trials.
Did you make a ruling?
We did. After reviewing the events, we have decided to rule in favor of the concept of good.
Yay. Will you abide by the terms set at the beginning of the trials?
We will. As we have ruled in favor of good, the people of Excalibur will pursue those virtues from this day forward.
Cool. I look forward to seeing you in 200 years when you can't change your mind again. Or can't make up your mind again. God, frickin' Excalbians. Ugh, toddlers.
Well, for now, I'd like to put some distance between myself and Excalibur. Returning to Earth, catching up on what's happened since 2257? Sounds like a good place to start to me. I understand that an old friend of mine is on a similar journey now. I'll get in touch with Commander Stamets soon. I'd love to get his unique perspective on things. There's a lot waiting for me out there. Thank you for helping me get the chance to discover once again.
Roll credits. Also, I'm sorry, I laughed because it sounds like an anime, doesn't it? Okay, so a bunch of godlike aliens created a simulacra of someone who was then given sentience and sapience and the leeway to go live her own life. And she's going to go hook up with an old friend of hers, which is a holographic recreation based on logs and career data of another person who was her friend, and then re-merged with the memory echoes of that person that they happened to leave in the quantum realm of fungi. To build a bridge. To build a bridge. And together they fight crime. Like, you know? It's just... I'm with it. All right. It was a good moment. It gets a story plus. Lord knows this entire sequence needs it. Okay. We have one story arc and 2 TFOs left. Who's ready for the Klingon stupid? I need just one moment. Okay, we got this. We got this.
The treacherous Ja'ula has requested to speak before the High Council on Kronos. A little-used Klingon law has restored her house, temporarily. And as matriarch of her house, she has the right to speak before the Council if she wishes. Whether she leaves the Great Hall alive or in chains remains to be seen. She has much to answer for. As part of the task force assigned to deal with Ja'ula, I have requested your presence during this meeting. Should the barbarian make a nuisance of herself, I expect you to do what must be done.
You know, it's extremely impressive to make a character I hate more than Jimpock. We are past one of the moments, my kimono. There is one other moment in this arc that I kind of like. Despite everything. Hey, look, my whole team. Holy crap. Yeah, let's... By the way, did you notice that this is already starting? Like, stupidly? Right? Like, there's this Ja'ula, who's from the past, and has an infinite fleet of Mokai for some reason, has legally petitioned for the restoration of her house by using legalese against Jimpok, someone who was refusing to help his military allies against a common foe, one story arc ago. So, we're already starting on the back foot here. Kagrin, it is good to see you.
This will be a historic day. There will finally be a reckoning for Ja'ula and House Mokai. While I'm surprised that the Chancellor has seen fit to allow Ja'ula to speak, I believe it is only a formality. One way or another, she will face justice today.
Oh yeah, this is also a good time to mention one other thing. You remember how I kept mentioning pineapple every time Ja'ula did something horrifically evil? Like, we're buried in pineapple at this point. Just do me a favor, keep that in mind. Do you think she's going to surrender without a fight?
Ha! She is Klingon. She is coming here for a fight. Trust me, surrender is not her goal.
I just noticed we have Von Ziel and Rinakev here. That's funny. So what's she after if not surrender?
Ja'ula was a skilled politician well before she became the matriarch of her house.
No, she wasn't.
I think she hopes to sway other great houses to her cause today. Normally, I would consider this a wasted effort, but...
I want you to keep in mind the grunting idiot that we've been encountering so far, and consider that she is apparently a gifted politician. Please remember that while you could make your jokes here, we've seen Klingons that are good politicians. We've seen several.
Yes, there are many Klingons who hold Ja'ula's brother Takuma in high esteem.
Oh my god.
They honor his dreams and his vision, especially where the Federation is concerned. Unfortunately, many Klingons see Ja'ula in the same light, and that concerns me greatly.
Recommendations?
In addition to the Chancellor himself, I would speak to a few House dignitaries before the event begins. Any insight we can gain on their motivations will be valuable. I would begin with House Martok. They are currently neutral, but that may not last. A word from Martok can change the course for many houses. House Duras is as always aligned with Jimpok. They may speak with you on matters the Chancellor will not, however. House Collect was once a staunch ally of House Mokai, and many believe they have renewed that alliance. I would see where they stand if you can. Finally, I would speak with the representative from House Mokai.
I should probably mention that it actually irritates me that House Duras still exists. Like, as a legal entity. Because they shouldn't. Because they were disbanded. And then stayed that way for years. And but they're back. No explanation.
Recall the ancient Klingon proverb. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Akar is an arrogant braggart. He might slip up and reveal valuable information to you.
Also, I just want to spit on Takuma really quick here. Ugh. Okay, we're good. Alright, let's go talk to... Who are you? House Kalek.
Nuknach! Speak quickly, or I will acquaint you with the business end of my boot.
What is wrong with the lighting effect in your face?
What of it? Old Jimpok will buff up his chest and make a lot of loud, irritating noises before he tries to put Ja'ula to the blade.
Something funny.
Besides that foolish look on your face,
How could you...
something amuses me greatly. Stick around, and you will learn what it is soon enough. You, Gempak, and all the other ligament chewers that fill the hall with noise and flatulence. This is tiresome. Go bother someone else, assassin of joy.
Okay.
You there! Not you! You! Yes! Come over here! Warath, son of Waldon, has a warrior's thirst! Are you here to bring me more blood wine?
No, sir. I think you've had enough.
I'll be the judge of that, globfly. I could drink Kalis himself under the table if I wanted to. What do you want, then, if not to refill my flagon?
You have issues at home? Like, are you suffering depression? Do Klingons suffer from depression? Do Klingons have mental health issues?
My first thought is that it's a fine excuse to drink. My second thought is that I need more to drink. And there they are. All my thoughts on this so-called summit.
Cool. Let's talk to House Duras.
Gavan, I take it you're here to see where my house stands on the Ja'ula problem.
Yes.
Ja'ula is a product of a dead age, chasing the dreams of her martyred brother, seeking the glory of a war long ended. She is a threat to the prosperity of the Empire, and will be dealt with as such.
I agree with that.
Yes. Well, I do not agree with the Chancellor on all things. He has the best solution for this problem, and he will have the support of my house. If there's nothing else, there are other matters that require my attention.
Thank you, Captain. Hello, House Mokai.
And what do you want, creature? Have you come to gloat? Or do you have enough wisdom in that ugly skull of yours to seek the favor of House Mokai?
How are there enough of you from the past to... What is it you hope to accomplish? And yes, that's O'Reilly, by the way.
We seek what every true Klingon seeks in life. Glory for the House, and glory for the Empire. And today, we will find them.
Could I suggest maybe a wig, something, you know?
Soon, Ja'ula will arrive. She knows the truth of things. Soon, she will speak truth to power, to say what must be said, and her voice will be heard throughout the Empire. When she is done, all true Klingon warriors will know the truth, and do what must be done. Soon there will be justice, at last.
For whom?
We shall find out soon enough. Now be gone. I grow weary of the sound of your voice.
Tread lightly, Akar. You're not amongst allies here. And your super virus, which is mega amazing and can totally dance circles around Federation tech from centuries in the future, has no place in this storyline, sir.
You picked a fine time to visit Kronos, my friend.
Hi, Marta.
Ja'ula and Chancellor Gempak have everyone on a knife's edge these days, thanks to their clash of wills. As you know, Klingon diplomacy can be quite combative at times. Who knows? Perhaps we will fight at each other's side once again.
That'd be awesome.
I would not cling to that hope too tightly. Gempak is running out of allies, and the Mokai have more friends than he knows about. If it comes to blows, be on your guard. Someone might decide it's time to put their knife in your heart.
Please remember, canonically, it's been maybe about a year since the Klingon Federation War just ended. During that time, they fought off the Undine, and then the Iconians, and then the Temporal Forces, and then the Herc. And now the Mokai. And I just want you to keep all that in mind for the purposes of, framing the setting, okay? Martok, where do you stand?
I will do what is right for my family, for my house, and for the Empire. Always. Never doubt that, my friend. Jempak and I have unfinished business, but that will be resolved in good time. I will not see all I have fought for destroyed by this Mokai upstart. For now, Jempak has my support.
And that is why you are a better Chancellor than he will ever be. Hey, asshole.
Come on. Thank you for attending this summit. If we are lucky, it will end quickly and without bloodshed.
Yes, please, Evo. If we're unlucky,
I will deal with the Mokai trader and her misbegotten How swiftly and with finality. If there is any part of them that remains Klingon, they will meet their ending with honor as warriors.
What if they're not?
If not, they will spend the rest of their days in the frozen depths of the penal colony at Rurapente. At least there they will provide some service to the Empire.
I will actually say, by the way, we should get the Empire thing going here. I will say, I don't actually dislike Jempak's voice actor. I agree with that. He can go to hell, but...
We'll find out soon enough. The barbarian is due to arrive shortly. Be wary. The woman is treacherous. She may try any number of things to avoid her unpleasant fate.
Cool.
The time draws near. Return to my position. We will watch the proceedings from here. Ja'ula, she's here.
And she's brought her entire ugly cadre of orcs. No, Blue Hero. Not that there's much to talk about.
The Council recognizes the leader of House Mokai. Speak!
Klingons! Warriors of the great houses! In the name of Kalis and of Takuvma! Hear me now! You know my name. You know my house, and what it has done for the Empire. And today, I come before you with the truth. The Chancellor of this great empire is a coward and a liar!
I mean,
He
duh.
stole his title.
We've known that for years.
Claimed it after winning a duel to the death with Martok. And yet Martok, the true Chancellor, still lives. But Jempak's dishonor doesn't end there. When the Herc returned, he hid from our greatest enemy like a craven Fakiri.
Also true.
Once my brother led the Empire to glory, we had the Federation on their knees. And now we build ships with them. These stains on our honor must be cleansed. Let us bring an end to Jempak's reign.
You dare to speak of honor here? You? Unknown traitor to the Empire? The only thing ending today is you, woman.
I think not. Patak! Death to Jempak! Kapah!
Yeah, she also runs from like every fight. No, from literally every fight she's been in the game. She has run from all of them. So now to Viking it up a little bit. By the way, did you notice of the 3 things she pointed out that made Jempak unworthy to rule, there was the fact that he, didn't actually kill Martok, which is funny.
Death to the tyrant! Death to Jempak!
Lady Ja'ula, we must leave this place.
The fact that he refused to fight the Herc with his allies. And the fact that he had allies with the Federation. Please actually think about those 3 points.
This battle is all but won. Fight on for the Empire! Come here.
There are things we need to discuss.
What's up, bro?
So much for diplomacy. I had a feeling that Jaula would attack. I admit surprise at the number of allies he had at his side, however.
It's okay, I brought battle armor and a full squad.
Jimpak will demand swift retribution on Jaula and any house that stood with her today. I suspect my days of neutrality will be coming to an end soon.
Understood. Honor to you and to your house, Martok. We've been ordered to render assistance to a place being attacked by Klingons. Yeah, sure. Cool. Listen, Trehex, you gotta understand. He has allies that he refuses to help, which makes him weak. And he has allies, which makes him weak. God, I hate this goddamn arc so much. It's already bad. I think I've said this before, but some vague part of me was actually hoping that at some point I would be proven wrong. That this isn't as terrible, that like this isn't the worst story arc in the entire friggin' game. It's already so bad, I'm actually debating a negative just for nonsensical writing.
I am
now.
Captain Kosnar of the Imperial battlecruiser Mupwich. It is good to see the face of an ally.
What's happening, Captain?
We were ambushed by Mokai rebels. The filthy Bakhtak did not grant us a warrior's death in battle. Instead, they left us adrift in space, to die without honor. But now you are here. Assist us with repairs, that we might hunt those treacherous curs together, and send them howling to Grethor. Good. My crew yearns for glorious combat. Soon, there will be great deeds worthy of song. We will fight, and if we die, it will be with honor, and we will drink together in Stovakor. Kapla!
Kapla. So...
These Mokai rebels.
Okay.
Like the rabid dogs they are.
So you like patrols, right? Yeah, the last arc had at least a few decent moments. We did give a couple story positives to the previous arc. There's only one I'm even debating for this entire arc, and we're not there yet.
The Mokai return. Show them what it means to be a warrior.
Well, I was curious, Mike. Dude, would you like to do a patrol? How about 20? How about 30? Okay, that's an exaggerative, but... You want to do a whole bunch of patrols, like, back-to-back, Mike D'Amato? Again? Listen, Mr. Red. She is a skilled politician.
Those are Imperial warships. They have joined forces with the Mokai.
You could tell... because the game told us that, rather than showing it to us. I should probably mention, and this is harsh, but it's still true, that a lot of my ire towards Jaula, other than her being a terribly written Mary Sue garbage character, is the fact that she's voice acted badly. The voice actress has absolutely no idea how to do anything even approaching subtlety. If I was to go to someone who's never watched Star Trek before, and try to...
So, it is true. Warriors from other great houses have joined forces with the Mokai. They dishonor their ancestors with this treachery.
Blah, blah, blah. And if I were to ask that person who's never seen Star Trek before, but has heard of Klingons, because Klingons are a part of cultural consciousness, to direct someone to voice Klingons, that's what you'd get, is her performance. It is such a parody of Klingon performance that it's actually insulting. And... it's so bad, especially because she's the main character across this entire story arc, which, if you're paying attention, is 2 full episode bundles. Arguably 3.
Bah! They are traitors without honor, and will pay for their treachery with their lives! Quickly, there are other disabled ships. We must bring them back into the fight before the rebels return!
Okay.
Come and save these worms. Join them in honorless death.
Yeah, no kidding, Space Cadet.
I will litter the stars.
Yeah, Ja'ula is voiced alongside O'Reilly, who voices Zakar, who does a great job. Hersler, who voices Martok, who does a great job. And Fennoy, who voices Kagran, who does a great job. And then there's her. Yes, Ja'ula Skywalker.
Your house, as they say, is about to burn. And we all know who fights in a burning house. Don't be a fool. Hear me now. This doesn't have to end with your death.
I'm sorry, are you threatening me?
You and I know how this will end. Think. Think about what will happen once I've disposed of Jempak. The war between the Federation and Empire will resume, and it will end as it should have in my time. So, would you rather fight at my side, or die under my boot?
So, did you catch that? Let me run through that again in case you missed that. As soon as I take over the Klingon Empire, I plan to immediately go back to war with the Federation, for no reason, by the way. And then I plan to crush the Federation like a bug because I can totally do that. So, you, a Federation officer, should join me instead of continue to fight a losing battle as part of the Alliance. Also, more pineapple for the pile here.
As you wish. You've made your choice. Now face the consequences. Fight well.
I have been kicking her ass 6 ways sideways this entire game. Every time I fought her... In fact, we really should be keeping track. Because every time I fight her, there it is again, there's the Lucara. Again. Every single time I fight her, she runs. I believe we're up to 7? It's 6 or 7 times, but I can't count higher than 5, so... Yeah, you could tell they were trying to do some Klingon-centric stories. And you could tell they were failing at it. So,
still burns.
And off she goes.
Of a wise man, not a fool.
Lore shock. What really irritates me is a truly well-written Klingon Civil War sounds fascinating to me. So much so that it's in the Trek rewrite. No, not because of this. It's already been in the Trek rewrite. Star Trek, the movies. There will be a non-stop Klingon backstory across all 6 movies, and the Klingon Civil War will come to the forefront in Star Trek V and Star Trek VI. So, I'm with the idea of a Klingon Civil War. Really. This ain't it. Haven't even been buffing.
Victory is ours! The rebels have been beaten! If only we could have put an end to their leader. You fought well today. Soon we will celebrate and... we are being hailed by the Chancellor himself!
Okay.
Gavan, you have won a glorious battle today, but the rebels are continuing their raid against Alliance forces. There is more work to be done. Kajnar, you are to travel to the nearest starbase for repairs. I need your ship at full strength.
And what orders do you have for me, Chancellor of the Klingon Empire?
You are needed in another system to deal with the rebels. Transmitting coordinates on a secure channel now.
Like, you caught that, right? We're taking orders from Jempak. A person who's barely a part of the Alliance at this point, because he refused to be part of the Gamma Initiative. Martok had to do that one. On his own, without Jempak's approval. And yeah, I agree, Space Cadet. I really wish the entirety of the Discovery arc had just been ejected and instead we'd done the Klingon Civil War arc that should have happened. Martok versus Jempak.
Those Starfleet ships won't last much longer against that Mokai force. Let's join the fight before it's too late.
By the way, I want you to think about the strategic logic of what the Mokai are doing. So, Ju'ula wants to take over the Klingon Empire.
Sadea base. Get clear! It's a trap!
Let's fire to disable those Starfleet ships. I want to get to the bottom of this.
It's almost like they have some super virus from a couple dozen... from 150 years ago that overwhelms and takes over modern Star Trek ships. Jesus Christ. Anyway, so she wants to take over the Klingon Empire. So naturally, she's running around doing sorties and raids against Starfleet and other Alliance forces because... Now, you could argue that she's supposed to be a moron here. But as we've already pointed out, the game just loves licking her boots, so clearly that's not it. Yeah, let's not even talk about the terrorist attack on Andoria we did earlier.
Those Starfleet ships that attacked us. It's not good news. It appears the Mokai infected their computer cores with...
Oh my god, I'm just giving the Mokai virus a negative right now because it is so stupid. Just by itself. It is, in every way, a super weapon. It's... Okay. Hear me out for a second. It's a superpower. Something that a lot of fiction tends to do, including Star Trek, before this very game we're playing, they tend to treat everyone as having their own shtick. They're really good with fire, they're really good with laser beams, they can hack anything, etc., right? And there's a degree of cartoon logic that goes into a lot of superpowers. And each of those superpowers just kind of applies even when it shouldn't. Some of my favorite examples are, well, I can generate heat, so you can't shoot me because the bullets will melt as they're flying through the air to hit me. Or maybe I have the ability to interact with and reprogram computers, therefore I could take a blank slate of wall and just turn it into a simulacrum of myself. Neither of these things makes any kind of sense. Like I said, it's just cartoon logic. The reason I bring this up is because that's exactly how they treat the Mokai virus. It's a virus. It just takes over and hacks your systems. That's it. That's all they need to explain. Boop. Doesn't matter how many centuries old it is. Doesn't matter the wildly different circumstances of ship design or computer infrastructure or programming language or even literal language that's being used in play. No, it's just boop, and it just works. I could actually buy this kind of thing, like if it was Iconian, for example, or something else. But the fact that they decided to have Ju'ula's biggest shtick being this freaking virus is actively frustrating on every level. It is exactly like using a MacBook to hack an alien mothership. It is the exact same thing. And that's the problem. First of all, thank you, Daniel Dort. Always appreciate those subs. I put that towards Batman, the animated series Streaminations. Second of all, Sluggeretta asks, why did I call it copy wrong? It's just a play on words. Copyright is the actual term, but obviously it's not being applied correctly, so I just call it copy wrong. So there we are. So, you know, I'm just going to write this down as, rather than explain everything I just said, I'm just going to say, the Mokai virus is a MacBook hacking an alien mothership. And everything that implies. And I just noticed, sorry Daniel Dort, I just noticed that was actually an anniversary sub. Thank you again for 2 full years of support. Thank you. I will jot that down, that anniversary sub for Batman. So let's beam over our digital warfare specialists to help against the Boop virus. So we're going to call it from now on, the Boop virus. Ironically, that would actually be a trademark. Oh, never mind, you said trademark, Mr. Ed. It's all right.
This is Commander Sunul on Sadea base.
We're still clearing the virus from our core systems. We have partial control and should restore full ops soon. Our long-range sensors are picking up numerous signals at high warp. House Mokai and Starfleet. That's not the half of it. Those ships are all coming in on the same approach vector. I'd say it's a fair bet those Starfleet ships are under Mokai control. Stay sharp out there. This could be another rough fight.
Have you been paying attention to the fact that they've effectively turned one of Mokai's gimmicks into the fact that they're kind of like the Borg, except that the Borg don't assimilate this quickly? Like, you caught that, right? This is straight up the Necromancer playstyle. They defeat a ship and then they take it. And then they defeat a ship and then they take it.
Here they come, and they're locked and loaded. Those aren't Mokai ships. Those are rebels from other Klingon houses.
Rebel scum. The only thing I don't question in this cavalcade of stupidity is the fact that some of the other houses have decided to throw in with her. Because there's tons of reasons why Klingons would decide to throw in with her. Because they're bored, or because they want battle, or because they think this is a good opportunity to usurp Jimpak, or they want to wipe out a rival house, or whatever. Now, none of that will be in the game, of course. They're just the rebels. But, you know, that's at least something that's logical. Yeah, they could just be after personal glory. Maybe they're getting on in the years. They don't want to die in bed. I mean, there's a lot of reasons Klingons could be siding with her.
More virus-controlled ships. Let's hope we can get the computers on those ships clear before more enemies come in for the kill.
Oh my god, the virus is so stupid. What's even stupider is we cure the virus so easily every time. It's like, what? But I guess the alternative would be even worse, so don't mind me.
We're still trying to get rid of this damn virus. But we have control of most systems, including long-range sensors. We're reading a lot of incoming signals. All Klingon this time.
I suppose those are Klingon reinforcements.
I doubt it. There's a lot of Mokai warp signatures in the mix. If I were to guess, I'd say all of those ships are hostile.
Here come the Mokai!
Oh, absolutely, Blade Jamal. I mean, first of all, House Duras would definitely do that. But second of all, I can see a lot of houses trying to make a play like that. Let's see. Dave Norton and Martin Madrazo? I don't think either of them would like each other, but they'd be all smiles and facade, and then they'd go order assassinations on each other. What's an antivirus space cadet? Okay, that sounds like a joke, but if you think about it, Star Trek doesn't employ antivirus software. At all. I'm dead serious, think about it. What's the solution to the Iconian virus back in TNG Season 1? I'll just tell you. They rebooted the computer. A moment where I hated a certain aftertaste. Oh, yeah. There's a lot of things where the aftertaste kind of, sucks. A lot of different foods and drinks. I don't remember the name of the episode. Infection or infestation or something like that.
Wrong. The virus. We're losing control. Reading massive system failures. All decks! No, stay back. The mains! They're building toward a...
Savor your victory while you can. The field is yours, for now. But as you're about to see, my reach is long indeed. Your house burns bright, fools. There's still time to make the right choice and rally to the banner of House Mokai. Choose wisely, or die like these fools.
Contagion, that's the episode, thank you.
We've lost containment. All hands, abandon...
Remember... Pineapple. How many people do you think were on that starbase?
Ja'ula must have used a virus to remotely trigger a warp core breach.
Which she can do because magic virus.
Looks like a few escape pods were able to eject before the explosion. We'll take care of them. There's more. Alliance Command sent orders our way. There's trouble in a Romulan star system. Mokai trouble. They asked for all of us to look into it, but under the circumstances, I think it's best for Enterprise to remain here with the survivors and the other ships.
What about the virus?
Yes. Until we can make absolutely sure their computers are virus-free, I don't want to risk taking those ships into battle. Each one of them could be rigged to blow, or worse. Go on ahead. We'll catch up as soon as we're able.
Should I even point out that by sheer virtue of how they're writing this, it means the crew of the starship isn't necessary for the operation of the starship? Since the virus just takes over the ship regardless of the crew on the ship, and the crew on the ship who have physical, tangible access to the hardware can't regain control of their own ship while it's fighting and serving the owner of the virus. I'm giving a second negative for this goddamn virus. I hate this thing.
Ja'ula must... Yes. Until we can make absolute...
And yeah, I'm not even going to mention the fact that you can effectively send a software signal to cause a warp core reactor breach in a starbase. Yeah, the virus just beams into their brains. They're all cybernetically enhanced. That's what it is. Oh my god. Let's see. Controlled Valentine as Resident Evil 5. I don't see a question here, Zactaft. In fact, I'm actually having trouble reading this. Many of the people think the controlled Jill Valentine thing in Resident Evil 5, which is after she gets captured by Wesker, she's given the P-30 drug. By the way, spoilers. Looks like the super soldier serum increases strength and agility, but swapped the durability equipment for the subject easy to control. Wesker used her as a personal assassin. The reason why they did it was because of the backlash of Chris killing Africans who were infected with the virus. Well, if that's true, it's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, and I've been playing this story arc today, so that's pretty impressive.
This is Commander Civic of Republic Base Station R88. Can you hear me? Is the signal getting through?
We read you.
Thank the elements. Please, do something about these Alachi attacking our position. Our defenses are barely holding, and our tactical satellites have been destroyed. We won't last much longer without your help.
You like patrols, right? So these are, of course, Alachi that we're fighting now. Because Ja'ula is just that amazing. She just flexed at the Alachi and they were like, we will serve.
This has been a disturbing day, friend. First, a vessel older than my grandsire warps in, fires some sort of mystery weapon and warps out. Then, some sort of rift opens up and spews out an Alachi battle fleet, all before breakfast. What is going on here? Is this a new Iconian attack?
No, it's something much, much stupider. It's a century-and-a-half-old woman who has a magic virus and the ability to rip a hole into the dimension that connects with everywhere and all the everywheres, which if she keeps doing, she'll destroy all life everywhere in everywhere. Well, at the same time, like, oh my, I can't summarize how stupid this is.
Why would a Klingon rebel care about a Republic outpost? And how are the Alachi involved?
Well, she's extremely stupid.
Very well. It sounds like you have experience with this sort of thing. Do what you need to do. I've got my hands full keeping this base from blowing to bits.
Yeah, I'll handle the lift. I love how every now and again I'm already in the area I need to approach, so by definition I can't approach it. So I have to leave the area and then come back to trigger the story to progress. Unfortunately, I've studied a lot of video games in my career, so I've seen a lot of stupid in video games. Now, let me go see what Loner donated towards. Yeah, don't worry, we're gonna keep getting buried in pineapple for a while here. That's why I keep mentioning it. We're drowning in pineapple at this point. This is beyond super blood, in my honest opinion.
Looks like we made it here just in time. I think it's time to close that rift. Our sensors are picking up vessels on the other side. Ilachi by the look of these readings.
By the way, if you're paying attention to the trend here, she attacks a Klingon post first, then a Starfleet one, and then a Republic one. I think this...
Wrong. The rift isn't closing. Ilachi warships on intercept course. They're coming from the rift.
I think this is magnitudes worse than the Resident Evil 5 things I've kept. This is very stupid. Like, this is reaching the point of aggressively stupid. And by the way, we're on the first mission of this story arc, as a reminder.
Reading more Ilachi ships on approach. Get ready to fight.
Hold your fire, my friend. The crew of the Liberator is here to help.
Captain Tarsev, it is good to see a friendly face.
We came as soon as we could. Juula is creating stronger rifts with her weapon. They are potent and extremely volatile. Your rift closing methods will not work. Fortunately, we Ilachi have more expertise with such problems.
Could you just teach me how to do that?
Agreed. The process requires a considerable level of energy.
No, of course not.
My ship will be vulnerable to attack while we close the rift. Protect us while we work, and we'll do the rest.
Yeah, by the way, she leveled up her super weapon, so now her super weapon is even worse than it was before. In addition to having the magic virus.
Hostile Ilachi fleet
and
on
a seemingly boundless array of ships, both from her Klingon supporters, from the Ilachi, and from the House Mokai, which apparently is just a bottomless well of morons.
This is the Liberator. Immediate assistance is required.
While I'm doing this, thank you, Loner.
This is Tarsev. The Liberator is taking enemy fire.
I do always appreciate your support. Thank you very much. I'll put it towards ripping a tooth out of my mouth. Oh, wait! Speaking of which, what are you actually putting that towards? Let's see. So we're putting it towards... Hang on. Oh no, I'm being hacked or something. StarCraft. Planescape Torment. Conquer's Bad Fur Day. Deus X1 and the Homeworld blog. And a little bit of, very, very little bit, left over for Dealer's Choice. Thank you again, Loner. I do appreciate you. I'm sure my dentist does too.
Request covering fire at our position.
Why? They all came after me. My strategy of run away actually worked really well.
This is the Liberator. Immediate assistance is required.
No, it really isn't. You're fine, dude.
This is the Liberator. Initiating rift closure process now.
Oh, they have some tractor beams.
Some Ilachi vessels remain. They must be dealt with.
Yeah, I mean, you see the 141 story pluses up there, right? It's not like they don't know how to make a good story. Well, the first thing that happened, Blue Hero, is I punched him. He was like, oh! And then he was like, alright, we're friends now because you've defeated me. Because it only took one punch. Alright, I'll take the tooth out. And I was like, cool. But then it turned out to be treachery. So while I was drugged out, I had to punch him one more time. But that's okay, but this time he was defeated for real. I forgot about the second phase. I always forget about the second phase. And then the tooth came out. Just die. Stop wasting my time and die.
The rift is closed. Well done, everyone. Captain Tarsif, the Republic owes you its sincere thanks. My compliments to you and your crew.
Thank you, Captain.
Many among us were once Romulan, Commander Jirok. We are proud to be of service to the Republic. There are more of these rifts in several systems. We will do what we can to close them.
Cool.
I'm afraid Ja'ula isn't finished with us. I'm receiving a Priority 1 signal from the Kuvat system. Klingon revolutionaries are attacking a civilian shipyard. Transmitting the coordinates now. We'll join you there as soon as we've stabilized the situation on base station R88.
A civilian shipyard. I think that qualifies for another pineapple. Boop. Just drown us in pineapple here.
Another warrior arrives to heed the call to battle.
Why did my shields just change? You know what? I'll stick with the Ferengi shields, though. I think it's appropriate. What's up, Corin?
Ja'ula and her bootlicking Targ spawn have a fleet near the orbital shipyard complex. It is likely they mean to raid it for anything they can steal, or blow it to pieces to deny its services to the Empire.
Are you serious, Zactaft? Look, okay. What you're asking me is to sit down and do a 50-minute diatribe on exactly how the specifics of a particular storytelling thing are either stupid or well done. The problem is, A, I haven't played Resident Evil 5, so I have no idea if it's well done or stupid, so I'm going to go ahead and withdraw my comments on the matter and say I've never played it. I have no idea if it's stupid or not. I have no opinion on something I haven't played. Second of all, what you're saying is essentially saying that if you cook something, it can be good, and it's crap, right? And you cook something that's terrible, then you'll question them like, well, why would you say that's terrible? Because other people cook things, and it's good. Each circumstance is not the same as the other. There are varying differences and particulars between them that make them into different circumstances. So everything has to be judged by its own merits, not the fact that it happens to be a mind control plot. The mind control plot isn't the problem, it's the specifics that are the problem.
Indeed.
Even she agrees with me.
Ligament chewing. We are here, ready to fight. Come, let us show them the price of their dishonor. People of Kuvat, hear me now. I come to you now as a liberator, not a conqueror. I wish to free you from the tyranny of the false chancellor, Jim.
Why are my options her and Jimpock? Can we kill them both? Can we just do that? Can we make that a thing?
Kuvat is the birth world of my mother. Stand with me now, and we will find honor and glory together. Some of you may choose to meet me in battle. So be it. I will grant you an honorable death. A warrior's death. The choice is yours.
I think we've heard enough. Yes, she has decided to come here to massacre civilians. Oh, hang on. Let's make her withdraw really quick. Let's just go full tilt into her. Hang on, let me get into position. Pop up cooldowns really quick. And pop every cooldown. Did I mention that so one of the things I've actually complained about in this game several times is that each enemy we fight is more difficult than the previous enemies we fight. Which makes sense for a video game, but makes absolutely no sense from a narrative perspective, which means that the Mokai here are more powerful than the Herc, which were more powerful than the Temporal Operative, the TLF, which were more powerful than the Iconians, and so forth and so on. We could go back the whole chain, you get the idea. Like, obviously that's not true in lore, but, like, it's really irritating in gameplay to have to
I've been
bother.
instructed to give you a chance to surrender, Ja'ula, that you might face justice. Do you accept? Or is there still a small part of you that remains Klingon? A part that demands to die in battle, with honor?
Oh yeah, and then everything is stronger than the Borg, because they were the tutorial enemy. Oh my.
Weak, arrogant, and stupid is no way to go through life, Captain. I will correct your flaws in battle. If you're lucky, you might live to share the lessons with the other fools in your pathetic house.
Didn't we literally just beat you?
Good, good. The battle is not yet over.
Like, literally. We paused the battle after beating the snot out of you. To, like, give you a chance to surrender. Oh my god. I mean, at least the Romulan story stuff made some sense if you weren't playing a Romulan. The stuff you can do as other characters. This is like, so you're a Klingon, right? You're a Klingon, right? We just did the revamp to the Klingon story. Surely you're playing a Klingon. Did they hand this story arc to the C team? Did Jill from accounting make this happen?
Rendor will be overflowing with dishonorable scum.
I've got it. They were like, all right, Jill, we need you to do a story arc. Huh? What? Okay. What's the story about? Klingons. Okay. What about the... Nope, and they've already left. Like, she looks up to get clarification. They're already gone. The door is doing that thing where it's like tilting on its hinges because they've already left. Also, you need to fit these 6 patrols in here.
Now we have allies of our own to join us in glorious battle. Kapla!
Okay. I mean, I do sympathize in many cases in my career with the creators of Game X or Show B or, you know, Movie M. Because they've been handed an impossible task, and it's like, well, what do you do with that? How do you make something decent out of that nonsense? Now, I should probably go ahead and mention that even though that helps me to sympathize with them, it doesn't mean I'm going to diminish my derision thereof. Because another thing that's true is every now and again someone is handed a terrible, terrible task and said, make something good out of this. And they do. In fact, I can think of 2 Star Trek examples of that right off the top of my head. The movie Star Trek IV, on the planet's surface. Jesus Christ. Just think about that for a second.
They hit Kubat City. It is a non-military target.
Pineapple. She just killed a crap ton of civilians. The other thing is this very game, which took things like the Alachi and the Hobus Supernova and the Temporal Cold War and turned them into something. So it's not like it's even just within the bounds of this franchise, And even this game, you could take something crap and make something good out of it.
Barbarian shows her true colors at last. I will not rest until she pays for this cowardly attack. I swear it! But now is not the time for revenge. Now I must help the people of Kuvat. Be ready. When we find her, the Empire will need the best to take Ja'ula down. Will you answer the call?
Yeah, imagine, what's a civilian city in, like, Britain that isn't London? You know, there's no real major military or governmental presence.
This is a dark day. The poisonous words of Ja'ula have spread like wildfire throughout the Empire. Many warriors have dishonored their house and sworn allegiance to her. It is the first day of a Klingon civil war. It will not last for long. I will make every Klingon see Ja'ula for what she truly is. They will turn their backs on the so-called Liberator and her treacherous house. Soon I will place her skull in the Great Hall as a reminder to all. Betray the Empire. Betray me. And you will pay the ultimate price. A traitor's death. Eternity in the halls of Grethor. Forever damned. Forever without honor.
Cool. See, it Leeds. That works. Imagine if they just were like, here, and Leeds is gone. And, like, the surrounding territory. But it's okay, because now...
It appears the hunt for Ja'ula may come to an end soon. Our latest intel indicates she's operating out of 4 key sectors, including Kitama. I've dispatched operatives to 3 of those sectors, but I want you to check out Kitama personally. I'm sending General Martok with you. If she's there, I want the Alliance's best to take her down and bring an end to this civil war. Do your best to take her alive. But if she forces your hand, give her that traitor's death she deserves.
Now, the game does not get credit for this, but this could have been a nice little tidbit here. This could have been a story point, but it will never address this. Think about this for a second. Jimpok flat out personally refuses to assist the Alliance against the Herc for no good reason, but he never actually explains that. He just says, nope, not our problem, and pieces out. However, the moment he has issues in his own backyard, he demands Alliance assistance in dealing with the Klingon Civil War. That could have been a story point, but unfortunately, underthought. And that is the definition of underthought, is not even considering your plot points. And yeah, that's the end of that. Don't worry. The best will totally defeat her. You could tell because we've done nothing but that. Even in the past, actually.
You made it. Good. In times like this, every warrior needs someone they can trust at their side. And when fighting the Mokai, someone to watch their back as well.
It is good to see you, Martok.
Cogran's here in that fancy new Alliance ship of his, flying Overwatch. Perhaps he's picked up some intel that could help us track down the Matriarch.
So remember, Star Trek Online introduces new ships you can buy or procure in mission.
Regards to the ferryman. Patach!
So this was the first of the Alliance ships. First of 3, I think?
Is this all Jimpok has left? Go then and find this lackey. Ah! Pathetic!
So my notes say I was going to do Best Served Cold last. I'll have to double check on that. Here we go. So I just kind of want to show off the ship. I like this thing, personally. It is quite literally a Romulan Klingon Federation ship. And yeah, there's also the Jarok, which I also have, which is also a Romulan Klingon. And I think the ship designer did a very good job with these ones. It's a shame I don't like actually flying them, because cosmetically, I would totally fly around on that thing instead of this stupid thing. Anyways, so hang on. Warp Core says, Lore, you're dumb! So let's go double check something and see if I am wrong. Dum-da-dum-dum, bum-ba-dum. Nope, we are definitely not doing best served cold yet.
Welcome to Kittima. As you can see, the rebels are keeping us busy here. Skirmishers warping in to test our mettle. They have not found us lacking. As for Ja'ula, we've picked up some chatter recently. Nothing verified, but...
What is it?
Intelligence thinks she's in space, under cloak, planning her next attack. But the chatter suggests she may be planet-side, working with people friendly to her cause. A bold move, if it's true. I suggest sending a team to the surface to investigate. Hawk Nuch Care!
Good advice.
We're picking up some erratic readings from the outer part of the sector. Could be more skirmishers trying to sneak in and sink their blades in our backs. We'll deal with it. You should keep looking for the matriarch. Good hunting, and tread carefully. A nest of diplomats can be a dangerous place.
And that's the truth.
When the Ferengi say the bigger the smile, the sharper the knife, I believe they had diplomats in mind.
Yeah, probably.
I know some people down there. We might be able to get some intel out of them, provided they don't bore us to death with their witless banter.
Yes, Mr. Ed. I think Martok will get a negative. Yes, really. I haven't decided that yet, because I never decide that in advance. But I'm expecting it.
This is Alliance Command. We've been expecting you. Your away team is cleared for transport to the diplomatic chambers, at your convenience.
Ooh. Actually, hang on. Hang on. I need to look something up here real quick. I just had a thought. See, Geludo just revealed that he secretly hates me and thinks I'm boring. Who knew? Damn. All right. Like I said, we've got 3 separate good Klingon voice actors in the story arc.
Tedious, but necessary. The front desk officer might have some insight on the Ja'ula situation as well. They see every face that comes in here. Officially, at least.
3 good and 1 terrible.
Used to be a monument to Klingon glory. Much has changed.
Martok, do you have an issue with the Alliance being here?
Welcome to the diplomatic chambers. Several delegates are present to discuss the Mokai rebellion in the Chamber of Alliance nearby.
Rumor has it Ja'ula might be on the grounds.
That is an interesting rumor, considering that several blood feuds have been declared against House Mokai. I would find that unlikely, not to mention messy.
Where can we find these delegates?
You will find the Klingon delegation in the central area of the Chamber of Alliance. It is flanked on the left and right by the Romulan and Federation delegations, respectively. The delegation from the Dominion can be found across from the Klingons until their formal section is completed.
Let's see what the delegates know.
Yeah, by the way, I wanted to show this off a bit. That's the Alliance logo.
Alliance is a couple of rooms ahead of us.
Martok, do you have a problem with the Chamber of the Alliance? God, the character assassination. Anyways, but look at that thing. Federation, Romulan, Klingon. It's brilliant. Whoever designed that deserves, like, I don't know, a bonus or something. What's funny is I was hoping to see more Alliance stuff in general, and have been hoping that for literally years now. They've done a couple of things, but we haven't really moved forward with that.
This is the Chamber of Alliance. Ha! It wasn't long ago that it was called the Chamber of Conquest. I spent many a night in here, drinking blood wine and singing songs to honor the glorious dead, heroes all. Those days are gone. Conquest has given way to alliance, to diplomacy.
Martok? Do we need to... You see why I say Martok is going to get a negative, by the way? I'm sorry. You cannot tell me that Martok thinks this way. That he's one of the good old days people. And if you don't know what the good old days people are, then be fortunate.
Several. I know 3 of the 4 delegates here. Some more than others, but enough to get their ear and see what they know about Ja'ula's whereabouts.
Which of the 4 don't you know?
The one from the Dominion. They must have assigned a new Vorta. I don't recognize this one. You'd better do the talking. Vorta and I do not always get along.
Understood. We know...
Is who Jempak chose to be our representative?
But yes, we know who wrote this. It was Chill from Accounting.
Nooknack! Wait! Yes, I know your face. You're quite the hero, eh? Ah, my manners. You must forgive an old warrior. What do you need?
This, if you're not remembering it, is Drunk Guy.
Ja'ula! Pah! That craven witch doesn't have the spine to show her face. Even in a place like this, she's not even a true Mokai. She married into the house to get her pathetic father out of debt. The only member of that line worth anything was Takuvma. Glory to his name.
Now, I'm going to jump in here and say that while it's not a like a literal perfect parallel, Takuvma's basically Hitler. Like, he's Klingon Hitler. I'm sure there's a better analogy than that, but I'm just saying that to get across the point of how much it irritates me every time one of the Klingons say, Takuvma was super awesome, and Ja'ula's super awesome because she was with Takuvma, and I'm just sitting here going... Like, imagine if Hitler was a religious fanatic who ate other sentients and was pushing for Klingon purity. Who wanted an eternal total war, state of total war, and other horrible things. There's rumors that she's here.
Gossip! The ramblings of old fools with dull blades and nothing better to do than run their mouth. Honestly, if you believe every rumor you heard, Ja'ula would be leading an army of augments with Kalis reborn at her side.
Thanks, Ambassador.
The Romulan wing is up these steps.
Who we got up here? Doesn't even have a name.
Greetings. I take it from the scowl on General Martok's face that this is not a social call. What brings you here today?
Yeah, I was going to say, we've literally already done the Takuvma arc. It was Bavat. In fact, Bavat is a better Takuvma in every way, first of all, but second of all, also predates Takuvma while we're on the subject. So STO literally did it first. We're trying to track down Ja'ula.
Ah, yes. The name on so many lips these days. Fascinating woman. I suspect she'd make a good Romulan. After a visit to the tailor, of course. As for her whereabouts, I must disappoint you. I haven't the slightest idea where she is, and more's the pity. There's a considerable bounty on her head. Enough to buy a small moon, I'm told.
You're sure?
As a child, I had good reason to think my grandfather was blown up by James Kirk in the neutral zone. Only later did I learn he died in an alley after an ill-advised life choice involving a senator's mistress. You can see why my parents chose to tell me he died a hero, sometimes we delude ourselves to avoid unpleasant truths. And such delusion can spread like wildfire in times of crisis.
Oh, that had almost nothing to do with anything, but thank you for that extremely unfortunate insight into Romulan society. Let's talk with the Dominion.
This one looks particularly smug, even for a Vorta.
On behalf of the Founders and of the Dominion they created, I welcome you. Tell me, how may I be of assistance?
Yes, have you heard anything about Jula?
What a fascinating question. Can you imagine how chaotic it would be in this hallowed hall if that were so? I honestly don't know who would kill her first, though I suppose the logical choice would be a member of the Klingon delegation.
Perhaps you've said something off the record.
I'm afraid I'm not one to give consideration to rumors and idle gossip. I am a Vorta, after all. We prefer to operate in the realm of fact and truth. I do wish you success in your endeavors, however.
Thanks. Hi, Flygand. Kill me.
The Federation wing is up these steps.
It's so bad, Flygand. It's so bad. It's actually irritating me how bad this all is. Hold up. So that's the Starfleet rep. Is Sugihara the Alliance rep?
Hello. It's hard to believe this is real sometimes. Consider, 2 years ago, the Klingons and the Federation were at war. The Romulan Republic was in its infancy, and the Dominion was a vast silent enigma.
Being eaten by the Herc, apparently.
And now, we have a grand alliance spanning across all 4 quadrants, a symbol of galactic diplomacy at its finest. This place was once a symbol of conflict and conquest. Now, it is a beacon to all, a tribute to peace and friendship.
For some, certainly, but for others, old memories die hard.
Perhaps. I prefer to see Kittimer as a statement. Despite the great threats from forces like the Borg, the Iconians, and the Herc, when we stand together, we survive the storm.
And what are the current threat?
Matriarch Jula. Alliance efforts to bring her to justice and end her campaign of terror are in full effect, as you know. We've come too far together to see a misguided warrior from a darker time bring it all crashing down around us. We will prevail, my friend. Count on it.
Also, I disagree with that completely, Mike Kamano. At that point, I would either be not playing at all, which would be the true total, not wasting my time, or streaming it would be extraordinarily boring. Plus, I don't agree with that mindset in general. And I'm not saying anything against that mindset. What you're saying is exactly what my sister tends to preach. That if there's something that bothers her that she can't do anything about, or that she, is bad or whatever, that she just kind of says, and shrugs it off. I'm the opposite. Stuff that bugs me bugs the crap out of me, especially if I can't change it. So I get upset about things. And I have no problem admitting that because I prefer to care, as opposed to deliberately forcing myself to not care simply to cope. So, I'm going to give a story negative right now, before we're even 20 minutes into this mission. Speaking of which.
It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Your service to the Federation has helped us build the Alliance and keep it safe. We're in your debt. Please, how may I be of assistance today?
Jula?
Well, she's been a topic of spirited debate here for some time now. Her recent actions at Konos and Kuvat have placed the Empire into a state of civil war, after all. As to her whereabouts, Starfleet is doing all it can to find her and bring her to justice. But she is quite elusive, as one would expect from the leader of House Mokai. I am afraid I have no idea where she might be.
This is a Cation. I don't remember if this is when they added Cations to STO or like just after it, because it's relatively recently that they finally added Cations to the game. So, anything unofficially?
If it were anyone else, I'd say no comment. Starfleet intelligence believes that Ja'ula is operating from this system. She has more allies than you think. Even in these chambers, we suspect several ranking officials in the Klingon delegation are sympathetic to her cause. Unofficially, of course.
Thank you, Ambassador.
She is here. I'm sure of it. We just need to keep digging. I believe it's time to escalate things. Let's go straight to the top, to the chairman himself. He's a crafty old schemer. If anyone knows, it'll be him. Wide smiles, all of them. Their knives must be sharp indeed.
It's a good question, Evo. I suppose the answer I would give automatically is to simply not make your character annoying, whether it's a character you like or it's a character you don't. And I know everyone has different definitions of annoying and blah, 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 blah. But my overall point is, if you were to look... Oh, that's blinding. That's not what I wanted. If you were to gauge annoying as the space in between this carpet and that carpet, there's a range of acceptability that most people are going to be annoyed by here in the middle, right? There's going to be some outliers over here, and there's going to be some outliers over here, but there's general traits which, objectively speaking, we could point to and say those are annoying to most people, right? So just avoid that. Now, having said that, you're probably thinking, well, that's not practical advice. You're not telling me how to do that. So here's your practical advice. Have a good editor. Get another perspective. Get someone else involved in the writing process to look at that and say, hold on. That character over there is annoying. You're right. I didn't even think about that. Because it's really easy. It is. It is very easy for any creative type to get kind of stuck in your work to the point where your perspective starts to narrow. And you're really, really focused on, whatever it is you're focused on. And sometimes you need, and by sometimes I mean almost always, you need that extra perspective to look at and say, well, hold on a second.
Greetings, gentle beings. Until now, I have only known you by reputation. I am pleased to finally meet you both face to face. I've received word from Kronos regarding your mission here. How can I help?
How have Cations been in the game for so long and yet had almost no presence as characters? Yeah, beta readers, which is kind of like a beta editor, if you will, is another helpful thing as well. That's kind of that other perspective thing. There's a reason why I run almost everything I write by my sister. Because I value her opinion, and she has no problem telling me, Laura, you're dumb, or this doesn't work. Recent intel suggests Ja'ula is operating on Kittimer.
That would be unsettling if it were true. My security staff takes great care in their vetting procedures. If Matriarch Ja'ula has spies in our ranks, they'd know about it. I would know about it. Sadly, I think you're chasing your tail on this one.
What's this?
Well, by the law of narrative.
You need to see this. It just came through on all channels.
There was a time when I believed my brother's cry of "Remain Klingon" was unnecessary. That no true Klingon would need such a reminder. But now I know the truth of it. Then and now. There are those who have forgotten what it means to be Klingon.
Again, T'Kuvma was really big on racial purity, which has never stopped being stupid in anything ever, including here.
The tyrant, Jempak, seeks prosperity for his house alone, and tosses scraps to those he deems loyal.
That's true.
He has forgotten what it means to be Klingon.
That is not true.
It is a lesson I am happy to teach him. In battle!
Also not true. You run at every single occasion.
Join me, and you can do the same. Join me, and together we can show Jempak what it means to be warriors. What it means to have honor. What it means to be Klingon!
Impressive speech. This is the break we needed. That signal didn't come from space. She's planet-side. Somewhere. So much for the chairman's vetting procedures, eh? We must act quickly. Start the trace in here. See what we can find.
Sure thing, buddy.
You need to actually move to get a new signal.
That was my... What? That was literally the first time I moved. Christ, dude.
The signal is getting weaker.
Oh, yeah. So...
This is a localized signal relay unit. Clever. We're getting warmer, but we're not there yet. It looks like the signal's coming from within the Chamber of Alliance.
I love how he's still saying that with such derision. Being in an alliance is dishonorable. What the hell's a Zygerian, Gum?
We should check the Chamber of Alliance for the broadcast signal.
Do you having a stroke, Bartok? You literally just said that. Alright, so I want to talk about something gameplay-wise. It's a little interesting quirk. So check this out. Watch what happens.
The signal is getting stronger.
Pointing that way, right? So that's the direction of the target I want to go in, right? No. So the way STO does this is actually really unique, and you get used to this if you play this game enough. Check this out. Watch this.
You need to actually move to get a new signal.
So did you see how it moved? Check this out. See if I can get one.
The signal is getting stronger.
So you see how it's kind of turning?
The signal is getting stronger.
Each time you do this, it generates a spot, which it then focuses on. So I actually got lucky earlier. Unfortunately, I'm not getting lucky now. But if you get really close to it, you can actually circle around where it was spawning the spot at. But that's not actually where the quest item is. Because it's not showing you where the quest item is. It's showing you a spot that it homes in on that is vaguely in the direction of where the quest item will be. It's a minor but key distinction.
The signal is getting stronger.
There you go. See how I can just circle it right there?
Another relay unit. Typical Mokai deception. Let's see that. If I'm reading this right, the signal is coming from the Gallery of Honor.
You mean Bothans, Gum? Because that doesn't even sound like Zygerians. Oh, right, sorry. Yeah, it's not as bad here. If you're doing the Horgahun, or the artifact, hunt, not the Horgahun hunt. If you're doing the artifact hunt back in the summer event, you get very familiar with how exactly that mechanism works, because it can actually mislead you. It could tell you, like, you know, oh, it's in this direction when it's actually over there because of the way it spawns it and because of the way it directs you.
Interesting. This relay unit is getting a signal from below us, in the underchambers. There's an access stairway that goes down there nearby.
Most human
it's behind
operas
one of the
timid.
doors in the arrival.
I too enjoyed the one with the clown.
Which opera has a clown in it? Help me out. Hey, Justin. Anyways, the Bothans couldn't win a fight to save their life.
This door should take us downstairs.
The Zygerians are slaver cat people in the Clone Wars. I don't remember who those are. Oh, wait, no. I remember who those are. They suck. I'd still probably go with either the Khajiit or the Caitians. Probably the Khajiit, honestly, because they actually have stats related to combat, whereas none of the others do.
The last time I was down here, I'd had too much to drink and thought I was on my way to the transporter room.
Martok, please stop being one of the good old days people. Those people are legitimately disgusting in real life.
Let's just say it's easy to get lost down here and leave it at that. Know this. There are plenty of dark places down here where Jaula and her forces could be hiding. Keep your weapon ready. If there's one thing Mokai love, it's a good ambush.
Anyways, so.
They found us! Stop them!
Words. Bothans? Bothans never looked like anything I ever pictured. Until I actually Googled it one time.
For the matriarch. Where is she?
Oh yeah, feel that oil.
You're making a huge mistake.
Oil. Ice physics. Yeah, I suppose that's fair. Him reminiscing about the you know, the day he got drunk at the Kittimer Council isn't really the worst thing. It's just he's leaning so hard into that good old days mentality, and God, I hate that so much. Because I legitimately believe that a lot of real life human problems are caused by the good old days mentality. Like, you know how we kind of cycle through arcs, historically speaking? It's a theory, admittedly, but I actually have known a few good old days people in real life, and they disgust me. So I don't have anything else to add to that. Moving on.
Martok, you of all people should know that Jimpak is unworthy to rule. You carry the blade of Kalis. You led warriors against the Herc. Why do you follow such a dishonorable Bichnuk?
Kalis he is not, but Jempak has preserved the Empire through many a conflict. I may not like him, but I respect him.
By the way, I'm just going to argue straight up that that is also it is wrong. That I cannot perceive in any way that Martok, either personally or in terms of his political and duty mentality, would just be cool with Jimpak and would respect Jimpak.
He has preserved the Empire by making us the lackeys of the Federation.
I'm right here.
He hid behind his throne. That is not the way of a true Klingon. You should fight at Juula's side instead of begging for scraps at Jimpak's table like a toothless old targ.
By the way, one other thing I hate about all this, take note, Mr. Red, if you're there. It's simple. This is very simple writing. Your options are Jimpak, we've talked enough about him, or Juula. No in between. No alternative. No nothing. Boom. Pick. Never explained why. Never gone into any detail. No possibility of trying to sway some of the Juula loyalists or the Jimpak loyalists to a third faction that backs Martok, who is extraordinarily popular and very well liked and has the backing of the Alliance. No. Juula. Jimpak. What?
Do you take me for a Factory? I will not betray the matriarch to the likes of you, Takek!
Fine. Beam him to your bridge.
Stubborn fool, but loyal. We're going to have to keep looking. Let's start with that door over there. Looks like the only unlocked one in here.
And yes, I do get what you're saying, Gum Gum. You're saying what I was saying.
I truly love the architecture here. Whoever made it has a great eye for the, I want to say, warrior mystique here. Oh yes, the warrior mystique.
Honestly, I would back Cogran before I'd back either of the other two assholes. And remember, Cogran was a veteran of the Iconian War and was sufficiently positioned as to give commands to Alliance forces. So he also has a quite great deal of backing.
What's a purple people dropper?
A most delicious beverage. It's a mixture of Romulan ale and blood wine. You can tell if it has been mixed correctly by the shade of purple it becomes. I've yet to find a human who can drink a properly made one and keep standing.
This place. The food is terrible. The liquor is a joke. And everyone wants to argue about something. Yes, the last part is a delight, but the rest? Inconceivable.
I must admit that there is some wisdom in what Juula said today. The fact that Martok still breathes tells me Jempak became Chancellor through dishonorable means. I will listen to what she has to say. Where does she want to meet?
The Chairman's aide is a close confidant of Juula's. Talk to him, and he will make the arrangements. Get ready for Mokai paranoia. You'll be blindfolded, unarmed. They even carry you so you can't count your steps. I did hear someone using a door passcode at one point, but that's to be expected.
You'd be paranoid too if half the Empire was looking to send you to Stovagor the hard way. I will speak to Casenata's aide then. Try not to catch any bugs down there in the dark, old friend.
Sounds like we need to get our hands on that passcode. That Karuk we beamed to my brig probably knows it, but we don't have time to get it out of him.
Don't you have something called a brain sifter?
That band of Mokai we dealt with aren't likely to be the only rebels down here. Let's keep looking around. I'll wager we find more, and when we do, we'll just have to be very persuasive.
This is a good time as any to mention that I believe after this quest, I might be wrong in my timing, but I believe after this quest we'll be doing one TFO, excuse me. If anybody wants to join me for that. It's either this quest or the next one. It's pretty soon.
Is one of Lady Jaula's puppets. I'm sure of it.
It'll be best served cold. And if we mistimed it, honestly, whatever at this point. But I'm pretty sure it's after this mission.
Do not let them pass. We must protect.
Well, I mean, I know it's after this mission. I think it's directly after this mission.
Such loyalty.
I have nothing to say to you. If you're going to kill me, let me die a warrior's death. In Jaula's name.
This is a House Bavat warrior, which is all I think I need to say about that.
When Bavat brought dishonor to the house, everyone within it suffered. We were shunned, cast out, abandoned. Like her brother before her, Jaula is giving the dishonored a chance for redemption. I will fight and die for her if it brings back honor to my house.
This is something that admittedly comes close to making sense. And I wish they did more with this somewhere in Star Trek. When you have an entire culture built around dishonor and honor as the social currency that it is, having a one faction that's okay with allowing you to join them and, you know, regain your honor is the kind of group that would get a whole lot of people recruited into it and would completely change the social dynamic. But anyways, thank you, Jesco. Always appreciate. And if you want to put that towards something as far as a future stream, do please let me know. Thank you.
You are a prisoner now, but you need not be a prisoner without honor. We require the security passcode. If you give it to us now, I will protect you from Jempok's wrath.
I do not wish to spend my days in the depths of Rurapente. If you swear to protect me, I will tell you where you could get the code.
You know, it's funny. What we should say is, I'm going to lock you up, and you'll die a prisoner's death. However, if you tell me this code, I will give you a weapon back and kill you in combat. That should probably work under most circumstances.
And mine. Once we have what we need, you will be released from the Rotaran's brig.
Very well. There is a Mokai officer stationed closer to Jaula's sanctum. One of Jaula's best. He has what you seek. One last thing. Warrior to warrior. Do not destroy Jaula. You must know her cause is just. Give her a chance to prove it.
Her cause is just? I'm sorry, what? How many pineapples have we piled up now? Every time she's done some horrifically evil or atrocity level act? While acting like a typical mustache twirling villain? Straight out of a Bond film?
There's more to Jaula than I believed. She clearly inspires loyalty in her own forces, and has convinced many others to forsake their own house and follow hers. I'm picking up life signs. They aren't far from here. That's probably where the Mokai officer is hiding.
Yeah, let's make this very clear. Literally the mission immediately before this, right before this, was the mission where she fired her super weapon at a civilian city planetside. And then ran, obviously. One mission ago. Like, I know that the argument has been leveled every now and again, that it's like, oh, you know, that's nobody can keep track of all of Star Trek, or keep, even though that's a dumb, stupid argument on every level, because we have access to notes and wikis and information in the modern era. But whatever. Some people like to use that argument, but you can't use the argument of, you know, it was in the past for something that happened 20 minutes ago. I love how extremely unhelpful this map is. You like this music? Kind of nice, chill vibe for this entire mission for some reason.
We must defend the inner sanctum!
Well, at least we know we're on the right path.
Should I keep bringing up how weird it is that there's just thousands upon thousands of Mokai? Somehow, for some reason.
Listen closely, Mokai. I am running out of time and patience, which puts you in an unpleasant situation. I require the security passcode, and you are going to give it to me. As they used to say in the old days, choose your pain.
Poor General Martok, fatigued by the weight of his villainy. Go scream at the wind, old man. I have nothing for you but insults and scorn.
Martok and villainy? Wow.
That hole in your face is making noise, Totsa. It is irritating. If I could get my hands on you, I'd silence it forever.
Do you have the code or not?
I do, but I'd sooner dwell in Grethor than give it up to Baktag like you. And you, Martok, lackey of Jimpak. How toothless you are, serving that piece of Warshak. You should have stayed in Korg's prison if you wanted a life of dishonor. It would have been safer for you, old man.
You're wasting your breath. He's chosen his pain, and I'm going to deliver it to him.
You're bluffing. There is no honor in beating a captured prisoner.
There's no honor in being a captured prisoner. I hope you're going to enjoy eternity in Grethor.
You're serious? I can see it in your eyes. You're both willing to dishonor yourselves to get what Jimpak wants. Kiach!
By the way, I'm going to give that a story negative too. I mean, I'm sorry, but you probably think I'm being too unkind to this story arc. Ironically, I'm actually being rather lenient. But let me make this very clear.
Very well. I'll give you what you want.
712.
That console must be nearby. Search the surrounding area.
Why do I have to introduce this manually? I literally know the code. And we're having that lag issue that we occasionally have.
Your bloodthirst has caused enough trouble.
My bloodthirst is what keeps us alive.
You ready for this?
Klingons,
you ready for it?
not spineless Gah, or have you forgotten?
Consider your next words to me very carefully, Akar, for they may be your last.
I hope we're not interrupting anything important.
I mean, it's living worms, Mr. Red. It's not that hard to think about.
The fabled General Martok, the man who should be Chancellor. What a disappointment you are! Have you come to bring me to justice? You and your lackeys? More fools chasing Jempok's blood money?
Because we're such loyal lackeys of Jempok.
Surrender to the likes of you? I think you overestimate your chances.
Do you have any idea how many people I've killed in my career?
Surrender or fight if you have the spine for it.
You are on the wrong side of history here.
This from someone who fired on defenseless civilians.
At least Martok brings that up. Yeah, we've actually killed an Iconian. Honestly, I think we could just stop right there. There's our brag. We've killed an Iconian. Oh, it's so much worse, Evo. You ready for this?
Foolish woman! I've had enough of your weakness. It's time!
How did we allow that to happen while we had him at gunpoint? Why is this a threat? We literally just killed more Klingons than this. Seconds ago. Oh yeah, this is when they start to introduce the lightsabers into Star Trek.
Kill them all!
You may have noticed I actually had a...
Filthy Marquis! You will pay for this!
Anyways, you may have noticed I had one of my characters actually has a Klingon Batleth lightsaber. Well, they started using lightsabers in general for like a lot of their weapons. It's kind of weird, but it's cool enough that I'm willing to let it go. I'm not going to complain about that. They're irritating to fight because it's all really high-level melee stuff that bypasses shields, but, you know, whatever. They're all red, too, because, of course, the Klingons would be Sith.
That filthy, lying Takek! I will send him torn and bleeding to the deepest depths of Grathor! He may have swayed some of my crew with his words, but not all. Not yet. I need to leave this place and secure my ship!
Yeah, you see where this is going.
We don't have time for your games, fool! If I don't secure my ship, and quickly, Akar will. And you've already seen what he will do with the mycelial weapon. Yes, it was he who gave the order to fire on Kuvat, not I!
That's right. One of those pineapples of the colossal warehouse of pineapples that we've been building this whole time wasn't her. We'll remove one. Get that one pineapple out of there. Okay, there we go. Now, what about the other 57?
My lady, the battle goes poorly. We must withdraw.
Let's leave them something to deal with while we do. Gunner, target the shipyard and fire the weapon!
Belay that order. Target the city as we discussed.
Yes, cousin.
Gunner, what have you done? I ordered you to target the shipyard!
Dishonorable Baktag!
That city! The civilians!
There were no civilians on Kuvat, my lady. There were only Klingons. And all Klingons are warriors. You would be wise to remember that. Now every warrior in the Empire will know the price of standing against you.
And what price will we pay for this, Akar? And will we pay it here, or in Grethel?
If we are victorious, it would be a small price to—
Enough! Get us out of here! Maximum warp! Now!
By the way, that was a civilian shipyard.
It's this Akar. He's a schemer. We need to make sure he doesn't get control of that glorious relic Ja'ula calls a ship before it's too late. Let's get out of here. We'll figure out what to do with the matriarch later.
Now, in the interests of total fairness, I am not going to give a negative for that specific event. I could, but I'm not going to. Because that one pineapple, okay, sure. But, just sit on that for a second.
Locked. More Mokai tricks, huh? Contact your ship. See if they can beam us out of here.
It's a shielding system with a rapidly alternating phase pattern. The only people who know how to bypass it are Akar, my transporter chief, and me. If you want to beam out of here, you're going to need my help.
I'll never cooperate with you.
Perhaps I can be of assistance?
My lady, I am glad I was able to find you. The situation has grown worse.
You joined forces with the Ja'ula too?
Why wouldn't I? She is the matriarch of House Mokai. And until her return, I was the last of House Mokai. She is my liege. We can discuss my lineage later. The enemy is moving and does not care about such things.
Did you catch that? Did you notice that? Because in the space of 2 dialogue options, we went from, I'll never work for you, to, agreed, let's work together immediately.
Jempok has brought a fleet above Kittimer, and Akar has transferred the mycelial weapon from the Lucara to Jempok's flagship.
Agreed. You, Adetpa. You managed to get in here. Surely you know how to get out.
I managed to get in here before Akar activated the shield. I'm just as trapped in here as you are, Martok. I do believe the matriarch has offered you a viable solution to our little dilemma, however. If I were you, I'd take her up on it. Listen, I could have shot you and Martok in your foolish heads while you were trying to open that door. You'd be dead, and your prisoner and I would be on our way to safety. We're beyond that now, yes? We now share common goals. Let her go, and help us put an end to Akar. After that, if you want to duel to the death or some such nonsense, we will be happy to oblige you.
Do I need to even say anything to this nonsense?
Come with me. This building has many secrets.
Let's get out of here, shall we?
You never told me about a back door.
Oh, by the way,
You didn't ask.
that's a 4th better Klingon voice actor than Ja'ula's. So she is literally just surrounded by better voice actors.
Mokai artisan designed these tunnels. Their secrets are ours alone. Hold! I want to be sure the other side is clear.
We're good. Let's go.
You know, I'm reminded a lot of Xenos, but in the interest of total fairness, at least Xenos was very popular with some of the audience. I don't know anybody who likes Ja'ula. Like, not one person.
How did you get past Akar security?
I've forgotten more about security than Akar will ever learn, my lady.
You never failed to impress.
No, Ja'ula, you're supposed to stop sounding like a villain, because you're supposed to be the good guy now. Yes, the good guy.
Jempok's forces are ahead.
Oh no! Quiet!
Jempok wants them all dead! No exceptions!
This is a slaughter. Jempok has gone mad. He's no better than a fakir.
Oh yeah, Jempok is evil. which we knew, they treat this like this is a reveal, which actually irritates me on every level. They treat the fact that Jimpock is an evil jackass like it's a reveal. Like, the first fact we ever learned about Jimpock was that he murdered Martok to claim the chancellorship, and then went to war with the Federation. Literally, before you even fire up the game, the opening title crawl tells you that Jimpock is an evil jackass. In fact, I'm giving that its own negative. Whoop. I'm accidentally hitting the caps lock. Yes, literally, Ja'ula just used this as part of her propaganda. Never mind the fact that literally the story arc just before this was him being an evil jackass.
What happened here? Jimpock will have no allies left.
Oh my god. Listen, the Klingon Empire. Yeah, exactly, Junkeros. That's exactly right. It's like, so I've been theorizing as I've been going through this, because you know me, I like to understand why something is the way it is. I think, and I'm probably completely wrong, I think whoever was writing this never played Star Trek Online. I think they were told the bare bones of the plot that was expected of them to write. And then they came up with this. They didn't know who Martok was. They didn't know who Jimpock was. Even Ja'ula acts differently from how she did one story arc ago. All of these characters are astonishingly out of character. And even just the geopolitical situation is wrong, as I've been pointing out.
Won't get away with this.
In the interest of fairness, I don't expect every writer to be able to write good political infrastructure, because most writers don't care, right? They don't care about economics, they don't care about infrastructure, supply lines, political sway, or any of that crap, right? So that's kind of a me thing, and I'll admit to that, and I'll agree that. But most writers, virtually all writers, should care about character. Also, if you're going to do a story arc that's called the Civil War, maybe consider giving enough of a damn to bother with the aforementioned political infrastructure. And no, this isn't a Gearbox thing. The Gearbox thing was way more recent than this. In fact, I think the Terran arc had started before the Gearbox purchase even, was doing its thing. I could be wrong about the timing of that. Don't quote me on that. I'm not sure where this came out relative to the pandemic. Because this being spit out by people who are at home and high on cough syrup would make a weirdly large amount of sense. Alright, Ja'ula, who is now my quest giver, what other orders do you have for me?
What is the old saying? The enemy of my enemy.
Blah, blah, blah. Let's go.
A fitting term. Very well. Let's get to... Wait. Transporters. Jimpock and Hakar are sending reinforcements.
Syrup it up.
Gerard, loyal, but expendable.
Martok, stand down, or I will pinch you, old man!
He's wielding the sword of Kalos.
Gerard, I see your habit of choosing poor allies continues.
You realize he's literally wielding the sword of Kalos, right? Not a replica. That's the original deal. He used it to slice off the arm. Or sorry, he didn't use it. That sword has been used to slice off the arm of a frickin' Iconian.
You're better than this, Gerard. Don't dishonor yourself.
I mean, is he? Really?
You dare speak to me of dishonor? Die!
So be it. Die well, Gerard.
Did he die well? Nope, he's running again. Do 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 do.
What is the meaning of this?
It's a bad quest. You get used to it.
Trash. We're disposing of it.
Yep, we're going against Jimpock. I would have given this game a plus, no joke. If we're like, what's going on? We're going against Jimpock, and the Federation character's response is just, finally.
What is going on? Outward comms have been jammed. Klingon forces are beaming down and attacking civilians. Matriarch, you said something like this wouldn't happen. I should have never agreed to shelter you here.
Oh my god, you asshole.
Save your petty judgment for someone who cares. Jimpock has been a problematic leader for some time now. I thought Ja'ula could remove him from power with a minimum of bloodshed. Clearly, I thought wrong.
Okay.
Enough! We need to deal with this before it escalates beyond our control, if it hasn't already. Jimpock is up to something here, and he doesn't want any witnesses.
Unfortunately, that does not count, but that did get a snort out of me, I'll give you that.
Ha! Aren't you the master of understatement? Chairman, give the evacuation order and then head to the transporter room. We will get you out of here in one piece if we can.
Listen, Martok could never take over the Chancellorship. He's just... He just can't. It's not allowed. Isn't that the Klingon universe class? I remember what the Romulan one looks like. I think that's the Klingon one. Oh, that's not. Okay, never mind. Oh, no. Wow, I love how we're going to outrun this thing.
Come. This is no way to die.
Oh, for Frell's sakes. You just had to throw that in there to reinforce that she's the good guy. The good guy now.
Get moving. Go!
Had to throw that in there.
Run.
Whoop, wrong way, wrong way.
To the transport.
No, you know what? Ah, I can't take it anymore. I give up on life.
Tell no tales.
Then we must save anyone we can.
Okay. Yeah, let's get out of here.
Send your officers ahead. Don't risk their lives.
Watch out for Ilachi!
Why does this take this long to beam someone to safety? Oh, whatever. Oh.
This way.
Good God. I love how it's still the same chill music. You hear it? Why are you fighting us? Do you not see the wave of death on approach? Are you blind, dumb, and deaf? What's going on here? Yeah, the mushroom field it's just too damaging. We can't survive it. God. Oh my God. Okay. Yes, we must not save these people. There's no time. By the way, I'm pretty sure you can't save all these people because of how long it takes and the rate at which that thing expands. Which, by the way, does anybody else think that thing expands extraordinarily slowly? Like, I hate to complain about that, but really? Oh, you can actually get them all? Wow. There's got to be, like, a specific route, because I noticed some of them take different amounts of time. So there's probably a triage kind of thing you have to do. Yeah, no, it moves at the speed of plot. Okay. In the interests of honesty, and fairness, this is actually a cool thing from a gameplay perspective. I'm actually probably going to give this a gameplay plus.
You need to keep moving.
Having a thing where we have an optional objective, and it is optional, rescuing, I guess it isn't optional, rescuing the civilians as an oncoming wall of doom is coming, and like that's the mission, is actually pretty legit, and it varies it up other than, you know, kill 1,000 trash or any of the other stupid missions. And so, credit where credit is due, plus to gameplay. I'm also going to give it on the negative story, but yeah, if I have to explain that one, you have not been watching the same game I have been playing. Yeah, demon walls can lead to some good gameplay. Not always. Sometimes they can just be irritating. But there can be some good stuff.
We're almost there. Keep moving.
There's just a demon wall on approach instead of the frickin' blue field. I'm not sure we can get these. I'm gonna try. When I did this, the one and only time I did this before now, I actually died several times trying to rescue people. But it's okay, because I'm a Q, so I can do that.
Cha! The transporters have been scrambled by Jampok's forces. I can get them working again, but I need some time. I would rather not beam into a bulkhead or get duplicated.
More Lachi are coming. Defend Adetpa!
Really? This music? They're playing the Doomsday Device music for this. I might have turned that back down because that's going to copyright the hell out of me, but that amuses me. Not necessarily in a good way. It's also only about a 20-second loop from the song, so it's not the whole song. That kind of makes it worse in a way, especially for a hold the line mission. By the way, we're back to hold the line missions. Yeah, plus 2 amusement. Listen, I don't mean to rush you.
It's getting close. We're running out of time.
Hurry the crap up.
Hold fast. I've almost got it.
You gonna...
Got it. Transporting, now.
Now's a good time, yeah. Although I don't think we could... There we go.
What happened here? Jempok has dishonored himself and his house, and this attack will be avenged.
3 negatives to story. It's three negatives specifically for the fact that Ja'ula is not only a good guy, but always has been. The big twist and the way that they're portraying her as like, oh my god, and you know, I'm gonna save you and everything's cool because I was secretly always the good person. And now she is the hero. She is the best. She is the best hero. I said earlier that this is her story. I wasn't joking. We haven't even gotten to how bad that's going to get, but it's already shown up a little bit.
His dishonor is great, and he aims to make it ours as well.
Then we must end him before truth succeeds.
Blah, 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 blah.
Yes. Something I should have done a long time ago.
Yes, you should have, Martok.
Let's finish him together.
So Martok just... So... What Martok just did was say, I am a formal ally of yours. I got your back, no problem. It's cool. I'm with you. Now, that's a narrative trick. What it's doing is, let's assume for a moment that we want to make, what's a character everybody, Jar Jar. Let's say we want to make Jar Jar a good character. So let's say all out of nowhere we reveal Jar Jar as this complex, well-written, well-acted, good character in Star Wars. So the trick would be to have a beloved character like, say, Chewie or Luke or Han or whatever to vouch for them.
You would stand against me and the Empire? So be it. I will give you all a traitor's death.
I'm not a traitor. I work for the Federation and the Alliance, not you, you idiot. Also here, what's this? It's a dictionary. Look up pronunciation sometime. So, it's a narrative trick. You use a beloved character to try and say... Okay, hang on. When I say it's a narrative trick, let me rewind this a second, because you can do this properly. If you have a beloved character show that an irritating character is being made better, that can work. It requires you to actually make the character better, and it requires you to show it. But you can do it. But if you have a beloved character show up and say, this character's cool and I love them and I've got their back no matter what, then what you're doing is you're narratively cheating. You're not actually putting any of the effort in required. Because they're not made a better character, because, spoilers, Ja'ula is not going to be a better character henceforth. She's just going to be the good guy instead of the bad guy. And, on top of that, they didn't actually showcase this, they just said it. It's the Jason Bourne problem. And when you just tell someone something and tell the audience something and don't actually do anything to showcase it, it's just cheap.
You will pay for this attack. I swear it.
That is unlikely.
And a liar. The weapon is in your hands, fool.
Yes, my men took it from your ship after your heinous attack on Kittimer.
Lie all you want, coward. The truth will be heard.
That's an interesting statement, DZ Maven. So I'm going to say this very particularly. I think the arc is less bad if you're Klingon, because it's clearly written for a Klingon. I don't think that makes it better.
As fast as we could.
Hey,
I need a situation report. What is going on here?
The unthinkable, Captain.
Be silent. Captain Cogran, these traitors have betrayed the Alliance. They have joined House Mokai and launched an attack on Kittimer. You can see the results. None have survived. They must pay for their crimes, Captain. Arrest them at once.
Cagran, I fought with you in the Iconian War.
Well, I find this hard to believe. I have orders from the Chancellor of the Empire. I cannot disobey. I am placing you all under arrest. Surrender, and you will be given a fair trial under Klingon law.
Damn it, he got too close to Kittimer. The stupid field overtook him. Alright, Cagran, listen to me. We actually have proof of...
Madness. You have betrayed the Empire and launched a cowardly attack against innocents. Your dishonor knows no bounds. I should kill you where you stand, but I'll give you one chance to surrender.
Corrin, I came to your aid when the Undine were trying to destroy your planet!
Captain Corrin, it's clear we need to know more about what happened here. There has to be a better explanation. I'm asking you to take a step back and hear what they have to say. This doesn't need to end in violence.
Yeah, thank you. Although, yeah, this is actually flipped. Corrin is on your side and Sean is against it if you're Klingon, if you're KDF.
Enough. I refuse to listen to more Mokai lies. Captains, hear me now. You have your orders. Carry them out, or you'll be dealt with alongside the terrorists.
I'm sorry, did you catch that? Because that was Jimpok, who his whole thing, his whole Cass's belly here, his whole argument is that we're super evil and terrorists. And naturally, the way he enforces that is saying, deal with them, or I'll kill you too.
Disable them. I want to know what they're up to, and you can't interrogate a corpse.
It is unwise to leave a dangerous enemy alive.
We can always kill him once we know his plans, right?
Very well. We'll try it your way, Martok.
Jula's back to being evil, if you missed that.
I believe you. The truth will be heard. I didn't expect to fight against Corrin ever again.
Yeah, she's got a slightly bigger ship than she did last time. It's taking a little more hits. God damn it, give me my button back. There we go. Jula might actually not run away from this fight. We might have to. God, I have so little. I have one whole heal in my entire loadout. I keep debating if I want to change that up.
And I thought this would be easy!
Because the reason I have only one heal is because everything I do kills things.
Yes, they fight like Klingons.
I don't know, I've seen Klingons fight. A lot. See you around Flag End.
Soon you will join your brother in Gretar, woman.
Try earning your victory before you sink bound. Fool!
By the way, should I bother to point out that within this very story arc, she was threatening to go to war with the Federation and wipe it out? Jula. I'm not gonna let that go. Even though she's, you know, the good guy now.
This is no victory, traitors. Every warrior in the Klingon Empire will seek revenge for this. There will be no safe haven for you, no place to hide. You will all be hunted like animals, and you will not die as warriors. No, you will be taken alive and locked away for the rest of your days in a place that will make you beg for death. A mercy I will not allow.
Is anybody else listening to this? Is this just... What? Also, I'm a fleet admiral in Starfleet, dude.
He went to warp, and he took the weapon
This
with
was
him!
unfortunate. I appreciate your restraint in the battle. Too many people have died here today. I'll do what I can to take the heat for this, but you need to lie low for a while. I don't think I can guarantee your safety under current circumstances.
What?
Your friend is wise. As of now, we're all living on the edge of a knife. The day to avenge Kittimer will come, but it is not this day. Come. A dead pa knows a few tricks when it comes to keeping a low profile.
I'm actually struggling to explain how stupid this is. It's actually difficult to explain how stupid this is. Let me think about this for a minute. Let me get the debriefing here.
Strange, isn't it? Hours ago we were enemies, and now we must trust one another to survive. Our enemy is a madman with the power of an empire at his command. The path ahead will be challenging, but it is one we must follow. I hope you're ready. Consult with your crew and wait for Adet Pa's signal. We will make our next move soon.
Okay, I'm gonna make an attempt at explaining this. What they wanted was a story arc where we're on the run and don't have the backing and structure of the Federation, so we have to go and barely make it on our own, like a survivalist thing, like Voyager should have been. But nothing makes any of that make sense on any level whatsoever. We're literally the heroes of the Iconian War. and the Temporal War, and the Gamma Quadrant, and a billion other things. Odo is personally indebted to us for saving the Dominion. And you want us to be desperate and alone and afraid and on the run from the Klingons? Yeah, I'm not even going to talk about the fact that we're a death ship, canonically, by the way. Yeah, we helped the Romulans and the Remans form the Romulan Republic personally. We were there helping them to establish New Romulus. We're a fleet admiral in Starfleet. We have the personal indebtitude of Garak, who is one of the highest-ranking members of the Cardassian Union, which has been granted Alliance membership recently. We... just... I did, Blue Hero. I betrayed them all. I joined Ja'ula. Yeah, let's go to Nakara. Let's do this TFO. I'm going to chop for lunch. I'm admittedly getting a little bit blah because, you know, when all you can eat is soup and mac and cheese and mashed potatoes, well... Yeah, we not only can unseat Empire houses and completely restructure the Klingon political base, we have... House Martok exists because of us. Never mind what we did to House... oh, God. Targ? And never mind the influence we have with House Peg. See you around, Evo. Oh, my God! Now you're probably thinking, Lore, how bad is this? Well, we've just done that one story arc, right? Well, you see how our negatives are at -38? Sorry, we've done two missions, right? So you see that -38? Well, now it's a -59. So... Okay, I'm further away than I thought. Yeah, we've got several more missions. I need to write down that plus to gameplay, though. That was a cool idea. Credit where credit is due. Every time someone accuses me of not being fair on these reviews, I think about moments like that. That was the crap, but there's this one good thing. So we've got one TFL left. I guess we could do another one if we have time, but no, you know what? I don't care. We've got one TFL left, and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 quests left. The next quest is, and I'm just going to read this out loud. Seeking allies, you look to the shadows in places of ill repute. But can you evade Jimpok's forces for long enough to clear your name? Yeah, sure, hang on. Set a course for Deep Space Nine. Get me in contact with the Grand Nagus of the Ferengi Alliance. And the Dominion. And I have so many chips I can cash in right now. It's silly. All right, who's joining us? Who's joining us? Sorry, we got a TFO to hit up. I know you're someone. I don't know who you are. If this is it, that's cool. But it's that fugitive admiral from Starfleet. Get her. We could quite literally invade Kronos with the kind of forces we could command personally. Who's that? There's Warp Core. We could go to the Delta Quadrant, where we and Tuvok, both combined, managed to unify most of the races in the area. Even the Vodwar, who are not exactly allied with, respect us enough to be like, yeah, no, we're cool. We quite literally, unironically, unjokingly, have more political capital than the guy accusing us of treason against the Klingon Empire. Is this everyone? Because I don't think a lot of people are on, so I'll go ahead and queue it up soonish-ish. Yeah. Quark, I need a quick line to Rom now. What's in it for me? I found some Tulaberry contracts for you. Done! Oh my god. Lost an envelope. What's funny is this irritates me in any fiction, when any fiction does it. When there's any story where they want so desperately to be X, but they haven't thought at all about how to make it that way. You know how you make a story where we're desperate and alone and can barely survive? You throw us out of this galaxy entirely. You throw us into someplace completely new, where we don't have our support structure, where we don't have our infrastructure, we don't have political capital, we don't have 50 allies we could call on, and we don't have the ability to summon up a fleet of doom with a snap of our fingers. That's how you do that kind of a story arc. Hell's bells, they've done stuff like that in this very game. Ignoring when the Iconians were pasting us, how about, yeah, I was about to say the Mirror Universe, or when we went to the subspace realm. Both times, we were basically cut off from everything. I know those were like individual episodes, but you get my point. Hey Majdi, thank you very much for that sub. I agree with that, Junk Garage. I hope they do something with that in the future. Assimilated Iconians, maybe? I do appreciate you, Majdi. If you want to put that towards something, please let me know. Let me jot that down really quick. Yeah, maybe we're literally trapped in a wormhole. And if you want this to be this big Klingon story arc, okay. Make it a big Klingon story arc, like at the beginning of the Klingon story or something. Like, this doesn't fit here. There's no real way to make this fit here if you want this to be this big traitor to the Empire story arc. Alright, so I think that's everything. So let's go ahead and queue up. What do we what's the name of this stupid mission? There it is. Best served cold. Oop. We'll keep it advanced, because that's usually faster. Yep. Good luck, Bregwin. You're gonna need it. Oh. I want you to picture one of those shape puzzles where you have different shapes and you're supposed to put them in, like there's a triangle shape and there's a square shape and there's a circle shape. Right? Picture that for a second, okay? Now I want you to imagine that the writers of STO are like carefully, perfectly putting this shape into the right hole, and then this shape into the right hole, and it's just it's flawless, it's great, it's the Gamma arc, and then they pick up this Klingon shaped peg, and they see this completely non-Klingon shaped hole. They just get out a mallet, just start smashing. Wow, BC, you got it, Mashti. Give me a moment here. BC and Wrath, but yeah.
A car of House Mokai has a fleet in orbit over Rua Pinte. His forces have disabled the satellite control stations in orbit and landed on the surface. They're freeing the prisoners there. We must destroy Akar's fleet, reactivate the stations, and prevent the prisoners from escaping.
Okay.
Once we've dealt with that fleet, we need to reactivate the defense control stations. Some of the worst criminals in the Empire on Rua Pinte, they cannot be allowed to escape.
I don't remember this one. This also isn't the one I was thinking it was. Or... Listen, a car is pure evil, okay? Yes, Ross. And also Kirk. But you wouldn't have seen that, obviously. And I think that's it, actually. We go there a couple of times in the Star Trek stuff. Twice, I believe. But three times now. Oops. Well, this is going to be funny.
Get within 5 kilometers of each station to reactivate them.
Good news, I have a portal to the sun right here, Reggie.
Watch out! The defense satellites are targeting us!
Oh no.
This is Akar, son of Akam. May you find death before dishonor!
Ah, never mind. This is actually the mission I thought it was.
The enemy is cunning. Consider every weapon.
Come on.
Those Mokai infiltrators are uploading a virus. Stay within 5
So this is a control the point thing.
Control Station Alpha is under our control
Which,
now.
despite being one of the oldest styles of mission that exists in gaming, Martok, could you... Despite this being a really, really old mission concept, this is actually relatively new to Star Trek Online, and I actually think they did some good stuff with this. Jupiter Uratus does something like this as well. Hey, Eon Dragon, I hate you because that sounds really good. Oh. So hey, we might actually even be up for another gameplay positive. We'll see. Yeah, let's just leave Jimpock in the Briar Patch. He'll be fine. Well, I'm up to the point where I can't yet have anything hot or spicy or hard. But I can have something other than soup. I'm gonna have soup for lunch. But, you know, I can have something else. I had mac and cheese for breakfast. I'm probably gonna start taking protein shakes with every meal because I am just not getting a lot of protein right now. Spaghetti, I could probably have plain spaghetti, like, you know, noodles, but I hate plain spaghetti because there's no meat in it. I think holding a point that can be captured and then recaptured is better than holding a line, because holding a line is literally just standing on a spot and killing enemies until the timer runs out. Holding a point is something that can be dynamic, right? It adds another layer to the combat. You can lose the point, and losing the point actually changes which the defense satellites are attacking. You can regain it thereafter, and you, of course, are incentivized to not attack the satellites because you want them back on your side once you switch it back. So, yeah, the fillings appointment will be Wednesday. So I'll be going in the morning on Wednesday to deal with that, so there'll be no morning shift on Wednesday. By that point, we'll definitely be at Hades. We'll be a decent ways through Hades. It's unlikely we'll finish this game today. I'd really like it if we manage it, but the problem is, as you've seen, these episodes are rather long, and we're only 2 in, and we've got 5 left. No, I am Warp Core. We will have our second shift today. So, some people are asking what's up with the schedule shift. So, my sister starts teaching tomorrow. And I don't know if you knew this, but in the United States, funding for public schools is in the gutter. So, what had to happen is
The enemy is on the move. Prisoners commandeered transport vessels and are lifting off from Rua Pinte. We're also reading a force of enemy vessels approaching at high warp.
The Mokai will try to take control of the satellites again. Take out any infiltrators you see. Beam over a security team to capture disabled transports. The transports will rendezvous with the Kittimer once they're under our control. Protect captured transports if you can.
Yep, this is
the
Mokai
Mokai
the one I thought
might
it was.
try to destroy them to keep their warriors on board out of our hands.
Okay, so, as I was trying to say...
A transport is leaving the surface.
Oh my god.
The prisoners are trying to escape.
Mokai infiltrators en route to Gamma. Eliminate them at once.
You can, Blue Hero. So, because funding is not where it should be, let's just go ahead and say that way.
Here comes another.
In order to get the classroom and everything in the classroom ready for the upcoming year, the teachers usually come in on their own time with friends and family to help set it up. I happen to be the friend and family in this particular case. Oh my god. Way over there. I should probably just be on prisoner duty.
They're headed to Gamma Station.
Yeah, I think I will. I think I'll be on prisoner duty.
Two more transports just broke atmosphere. Don't let them escape.
Next. So yeah, yesterday that's what I was doing. I was in her classroom, helping her get set up and putting together desks and making sure that everything was nice and clean and making sure that she had her paperwork set up and her she wants to do this thing where she can organize each of the shelves so each kid has their own shelf. And just getting set, right? Like doing all that fun stuff. Now, you ready for the kicker? Because I just mentioned my irritation with the underfunding. The specific school she's going to is actually one of the best funded schools in the region. In fact, it's so well funded, she's actually going to be paid something almost approaching a living wage to work there.
Transports just broke orbit. You know what to do.
Did the music just stop? We are really lagging, though. Good lord.
All ships, 8 transports are making a break for it.
8
Do not let them get away.
While I was setting up the classroom, I had a random, just because I was bored, thought of, I wonder what would happen if I was, brought in as a guest speaker. Because I could talk about quite a few topics. Economics and cleaning and history. There's a bunch of stuff I could probably speak about at length. And not be, shoving my foot into my mouth as hard as possible. I started picturing what that would be like, and I was like, God, I would be a terrible teacher. 4th grade. I remember 4th grade, so that's its own thing. God, there's just no music playing. It's weird. Okay, so this should be all of them? Yep, okay, time to go recapture. Looks like Theta. I don't actually remember how old that would be off the top of my head. That should be, hang on, 8. 7 was 12. So 6 was 10, so 9. Or 9 or 10. Because, again, I was kind of off on that one. God damn, I'm lagging. Ugh. Is this hitting anybody else? Because it's not my connection. And it's not my connection to Twitch. Good Lord. Yeah, 4th grade is fine. It's a nice, safe range to teach. I'm not super worried. She's got this. She's freaking out over it, which is another reason I went over to help her out. But, you know, she's got this. There we go. Yeah.
Must withdraw.
Oop.
Looks like we stopped them. The prison is secure, and the rebels have been stopped. Stand by to assist the security forces on Rua Pinte.
Looks like the Mokai have something to say. I'm getting a hail from Akar. Patching you in.
I think you'll find my virus is more resilient than you imagine.
Yes, the magic virus is back.
Every dilithium hauler in the system just altered course. They're heading for the control stations. Cunning bastard turned them into seeking weapons. Very explosive seeking weapons.
Destroy them, but stay out of their blast radius. Anything within 5 kilometers will regret it. Briefly. Fight well, and if necessary, die well. Kapla!
So, this mission's definitely getting a plus to gameplay. It's a unique way of doing this, and I like the idea that we're fighting something that doesn't really threaten us. It's a variant on an escort mission, if you're paying attention. But the real kicker is what he just mentioned. They nuke the crap out of anything within 5 clicks.
Have dilithium haulers in proximity.
So you want to destroy them when not only you, but also your target are not that close to them. Of course, we're not in any real danger. Not from these things, anyways.
All stations have
Yeah, exactly, Scardy. This is a good mission. So that's 2 gameplay pluses for this. So at least STO is doing something at this point in time.
Looks like more dilithium haulers.
Instead of, you know, just nonsense. That being said, this is... At least I could believe the virus taking over random freighters more than, you know, Klingon freighters, I might add. Better than everything else that's been happening. Also, you could do that, which is hysterical, which, good job, whoever just managed that. Because they blow up on anything, including themselves, so you can chain those very quickly. Like that.
Alpha and Gamma stations have dilithium haulers in proximity.
Yeah, this is a good TFO. Most of the TFOs from this point onward are good, and by most, I mean all. Because after this is the charge on the Mirror ESD, which we won't be doing this run, Jupiter Uratus, which we won't be doing this run, and this one. So I guess that's not a big list, but it's still true.
Dilithium haulers within proximity.
So yeah, let's go ahead and do my job here.
Beta and Gamma stations have dilithium haulers in proximity.
Play goalie on Beta for a minute here.
Alpha station has dilithium haulers within proximity.
What is Remain Klingon, Warp Core? Yeah, Operation Wolf is actually pretty fun. It's also probably one of the better boss designs in the game. In the entire game. So I'm going to spoil this for you because we don't even have, like, the funding necessary to review that stuff yet. But, the boss fight is against a shuttle. Yeah, so it's got to be called something else. I literally just looked for it. It's not there. It's... doesn't...
Gamma Station has dilithium haulers within proximity.
Unless it's one of those temporary things again, like that Mars one was.
Ships! Withdraw!
Good job. We did really well with that one. We lost one transport that entire time. That's a nearly flawless run. Let's see, what am I making happen right now? There was something I was thinking about making. I think it was Discovery. Yeah, I think it was Discovery. Use that. The Gamma Arc did, Mr. Ed. Not this time around, obviously, but... We already did To Hell with Honor. That was the one over the moon, back when Juula was evil, instead of the one true hero that we all deserve. Or don't deserve, rather. Like I said, I mean, Lord knows I miss stuff, but... Yeah, I don't remember that one. Best served cold. Hey, Tenor Head Id Hydra. Thank you. Always appreciate. I will jot that down for the Overlord. So you probably know what I'm about to say. We're going to go and chop off a bit early. And then start up a bit early. So let me update the HUD really quick. Let's see where we're actually at with everything. I apparently haven't updated the HUD in a minute. We might actually get a net negative for this game. I stand by the sushi rating. I stand by it. That hasn't changed, like, even after all this nonsense. But this story arc, I said it before and I said it again, this story arc is going to tank this game's score. That's why I wanted to do the silver score right after we finish the Gamma arc. In about an hour, we'll be back to find out how we're going to barely survive, desperate and afraid, alone, with no allies and no friends, against the terror of the extremely powerful, influential, affluential, and incredibly engorged Jempok.